There we go. Hi everyone, how are you doing? Feeling a little bit better today, so that's all good. Trying to adjust some things, trying to tweak things. Notice the table's gone. Let me make this a little bit bigger. I like that. Oh, gotta move it just a smidge. And then, I think that's good. Let's restart that timer. Good old classic 5 minutes. Oops, not 45. Hold on now. That. And there we go. I'll put it up here. Seems like a nice place to have it. Okay, so how are y'all doing today? Hello, hello. Let me get my glove on. I am. Hello, hello, Bo. Welcome back. I'm excited. I wanted to do a study stream today, but that didn't hand out. Hi Luma, how are you? Welcome back. Today though, before I got sick, I was working on some art, and now that I'm feeling a little bit better, and because I didn't finish it, we're gonna just continue that instead of diving into a new topic. I figured that would be the best since I'm still not there. So instead of gathering resources together and making a study stream, it's like, you know what? Let's just do some art and just chatter a bit. How does that sound? I talked about it yesterday, but yeah, when you want to get better at something, you gotta constantly take in that thing. So you want to get better at games, make sure you're playing games, make sure you're watching games. You want to get better at pixel art, make sure you're watching pixel art, make sure you're taking in pixel art. And you know what? I want to get better at games, and I also want to get better at pixel art, so play pixel art games. And that game that I've been playing was, what was it? Moonstone Island? Truth be told, I've only played it for maybe one session, 1 or 2 sessions, so I've probably played in a total of maybe 5-ish hours, and so far it's not too fun, but it is beautiful. I do like it. I'd probably next time, if I do get a new game, try Eastward, and How am I doing now? I am not the best, but better. Better, far better. This is day 2 of me being back on the computer, and I am excited. That's enough reason there to just, yes, I'm very happy. What was I saying about the game? Oh, right. Eastward and Moonstone. You'll see some Moonstone in a bit. I did have some of that artwork picked out. Let me check and see if I had any Eastward art picked out, as I think they really do plants well as they do plants well as well. Yeah, I don't have Eastward, but I did take some screenshots from the game, me playing it. Hello, Aeon, welcome back. Let me quickly grab some Eastward art. Eastward pixel art. You also want to learn pixel art? Well, then you're in the right place. We're not doing any studies today, but we are doing pixel art, and I always like to, whenever I'm trying to learn or dissect, or when I'm just doing art, I try to have a purpose for the art piece. For example, the reason I'm doing plants is because in my previous pixel art work, I didn't like the way the plants came out, so I wanted to try again at making flowers. So this is a artwork piece that is specifically crafted to helpfully help me hone my skills on a certain topic. In this case, flowers. Next time it might be something like buildings or something else. What time is it? Okay, 1:24. I have a little bit more time. But I can still, in the meantime, show you my old artwork. I'm still really proud of it. But I like how at a certain point you can tell when you've improved, or hopefully if you're on the right track to learning, you can tell when you've improved something. For example, when you look at your old artwork, can you tell what you could have made it? Can you tell what you could have done to make it better? Can you tell if you were to draw it again, what would you change about it? I think a lot of art, or at least a lot of people, especially me, get stuck making art and never finish it because you never think it's done, and it's never done, but you can say, all right, I gave it my best shot this time, and move on for a little bit, step away for a few days, maybe even weeks, come back to it, and then see, all right, this is good. I like it, and redo it. Now, where is that artwork? Oh, okay, I found it. Hi, Q, welcome back. You started working on a new 3D horror game. It'll release on itch because you need to buy a new PC and also learn new things. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I'm not a fan of horror, but I do like horror aesthetics, if you couldn't tell. And since that timer is about to run out, no recap today, as there's nothing to really recap. But if you haven't been here for my last Pixelart stream, no worries. I like to do a section. We'll go in concept. I like to do a section where we take a pixel art piece I found off of Twitter. You can also, if you want, in Discord, I'm thinking about making a section for it, where if you want me to look at your pixel art and just go through it and pick out things, I'm thinking of adding a section for that. Right now, it's just looking at some art I found on Twitter and trying to figure out why I like it, what makes it artwork, what techniques do the pixel artists use, and hopefully by doing these dissections, it can help us, or it will help me, but help you, help us figure out what makes pixel art cool, and if there's any new techniques we can use for our own art. I was like, you know what, we're doing flowers, and my old art piece was a flower shop, so I found this nice flower shop from 5Crad, I hope I said that right. And I will put 5 minutes. Oh, 5 minutes is already up on there. Alrighty, so what do you notice about this artwork? Just taking a good glance at it. What's something you notice at first? I might say it's a very... Oh. My pen dropped. Hold on, 1 second. Gotta grab it. I grabbed it. We're all good. Now, where was I? Alright. Right. One thing I'd say I immediately notice about this artwork is the use of color. It has a very soft feel to it. I might write down here. Oh, that's really big. Hold on. I might write it. It has a soft palette. They have a lot of soft colors. There's not a lot of high saturation, but it works because it's soft. Soft. Oops. Soft. O-F-T. Soft colors. L-O-R-S. What else do you notice about it? I might say here, when you're making stone, look at the way they draw the stone and the stone bricks and all of those pieces. Let me zoom in a little bit. It's a little drippy, it's not completely drawn out, and it gives a very rustic feel, maybe antique. No, this is not mine. This is from 5 grad. Well, after this, I'll show you the flower shop I drew a while ago and why I'm redoing visiting this. But we're just spending this. Well, I'm actually noticing that timer. Let me move that timer over here, maybe. But we're spending this time to take a look at this person's 5 crads artwork and figure out what we notice about it, because this is top tier and it's a master study, so to speak. What can I notice about this art? What can you notice, and what can we maybe try to apply to our own art? So I might say there's not a lot of detail in that's the countdown timer. So the countdown timer is to look at this artwork and try to notice as many things as we can about the artwork. So I'll say maybe less detail for the stone, less detail. Now, why do you think there might be less detail for the stone here? Like, they could have drawn all of the lines to the stone. Why didn't they? And I think, especially with pixel art, sometimes the simpler the better. And I think that definitely qualifies here. So less detail, simple. I-M-P-L-E. I also really like the way this has a drippy feel. I think it makes it maybe feel rustic, you might say. Or less drippy feel, less drippy feel, rustic. I'll just put that in here as well. Rustic. I like it. All right, now as for the flowers, it's interesting. You can notice here the outline for the art. That's a big dark outline for contrast, but inside, there's not a lot of contrast. Here, the flowers at least blend into the background, but there's still lines around the window, which is interesting. So their use of outlines differs. So I'll write here, use of outlines. Use of outlines. Oops. There we go. Handwriting on PC is good. Thank you, I'm using a drawing tablet. But yes, thank you. It's a little messy sometimes, but I try. Notice here as well, their use of shapes. For just a crack spot, they have this little dot. And they just use little specks for detailing, which is interesting. That's kind of what they do as well. They don't draw a flower, they do a block. Well, just lots of little blocks. Sometimes it's a flower, but you can kind of notice it's not a detailed flower. It's a really simple flower. So again, that whole thing of really simple use of outline, use of shapes, I might say. Use of shapes. Like that. What else might we say? I really do like the colors. I like how soft it is. I like the outline usage as well. The inside makes it feel more... That's the thing. By having these flowers not have an outline, it makes it pop out more. Which I think is really interesting. Well, not pop out. It makes it blend in more. And maybe by blending in more, it makes it feel different. Here as well, up here, there's no same outline. It's the same green outline. It doesn't change despite it being on the outside. So it's interesting to note. And that will be our time. I just wanted to take this first 5 minutes to look at some artwork and try to dissect it. There's also a lot of colors, yeah, but I don't think the colors fight against each other. They are not battling. They're not trying to execute each other, which is nice. Now let me grab this piece. Yeah, okay, this is it. Well, it's the big one. Hold on. Let me grab this one. Is this it? Yeah, okay, perfect. So, with that said, I chose this one specifically because this is an old art piece I did for a study on just color. And you can tell it's a lot different than the other one. One thing, why I was specific on the bricks is because up here you can kind of notice, okay, I just wanted to make sure the bricks could be seen, but up here you can notice I don't have any parts, right? Beforehand, the person, and we can even go back to concept, for their bricks, there was a lot of parting, and I'm thinking maybe if I redo this, I might use a similar technique to this, where it's not all the same. You can also notice up here there's shiny parts. Go back to my Sprite. Let's see. Now, I like colors. This was fun. I was not proud of these flowers. I was proud for what I could do. This one was my favorite. But the rest of these flowers I didn't really like. So the goal of my new art piece was to focus on flowers and focus on upgrading my ability to draw flowers. I really like the bushes, not the flowers. This is supposed to be a sunflower. Can you believe it? I still can't. I don't know what I was thinking. And this cactus is okay, but overall, I'm glad I finished it. I'm glad I can close the chapter. And now that I have this, I can move forward and think, all right, well, what could I improve? What can I focus on since it's great? And that brings us to today's artwork. And look at these flowers, right? Completely different than this sunflower that I tried. And now we have this one. And it didn't start out like that, I will say. Let me go and reopen my sunflowers. Let me hide this so I can show you my initial sunflowers that I had. Oh, I was struggling. This was the attempt number 1, and I went through multiple attempts. And I ended up with that final one, which is this one. And I am glad. The whole idea behind this art piece is it's going to be a ladder. It's going to have flowers on it. It's going to have like a watering can up here. It's gonna have some flower boxes, maybe a shovel down here, maybe a sack, and that'll be all nice. Now, to get to these flowers, I learned something. You can't just continuously try to look at flowers. I have here in my PureRef, which is a free program. If you're making a game and wanted to make conversation or dialogue, there's go to hologram and try dialogue messages. Ah, I've heard of it. I have. And I will probably be using it. Dialogic. Well, no, I've heard of Dialogic. But as I was saying about the whole Moonstone game, and I'm noticing as well that's a little hard to read. Let me try popping you up here, and then I'll keep this here. That's a little bit better. This game, though, I really liked their use of flowers, and I was hoping we could maybe take something from this and look at it, try to figure out, all right, well, they have a kind of dark inside here, a bit of a light highlight. This scene was very beautiful walking, and I was blown away. I think it's the effects of the game with the green and the glass, but I really like how everything kind of just feels very warm and homey. The flowers in the background, everything kind of just fits together. This was just a walking from my current playthrough of the game. I was taking notice of these leaves and the way they kind of differed from the rocks in the background. Here, I really liked the plants and the flowers used. The game is top down, so you're looking at the top, so you kind of have to also take perspective into play here. And just looking at it, it's like, wow, it's so simple. I'm pretty sure this is maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 pixels. And yet, it looks like a flower. You also have to remember, when you're looking at it from really far away, you don't really need all of that detail. It's also kind of trying to remember, all right, well, what are we trying to draw the person's eyes to? What are we trying to take apart? And here's Eastward, which I was talking about, a game that I think also has really good just floral stuff. You have your trees. Now, this isn't directly in game, but I do like their use of just overall fitting the scene. Because these areas are dark here, it makes your eyes draw attention to the areas that are very bright, and it makes for a good and nice ambience. And I say all of that to say, in this artwork, I wanted you to focus on the flowers, so I made everything else around it dark and highlighted this area. And in my new artwork, where are we at? Here. These are the objects that we're drawing. I just copied and pasted my screenshot of the art. And I have a ton of references from different artists trying to figure out how they draw trees. I have a ladder here, you can see. And when you're doing art, you just want to make sure you do have references. I even have this little guy for the flower sack, trying to figure out its shape and size. Up here, I have actual flowers, as that was the key to me upgrading my sunflower abilities. I have roses here, let's see. I have climbing something something, I can't read it, hold on. There we go. Climbing naturism, maybe? Possibly? Do these pretty flowers, and we have some daisies and sunflowers. And with these sunflowers, what I did next is then I went over into Studio Paint, which is here. And, oops. From there, I did a flower study, which is just looking at the flowers, tracing over the flowers, trying to get their general shapes. And because I further understood the flowers, we go back to A-spray it, I was able to draw the flowers. Now I have to do that for this flower, and these leaves. As the hope and the goal is, these were supposed to be roses. These were supposed to be daisies. That's a leaf. I'm not sure what these are. The goal is to upgrade and improve flowers. I'm done with the sunflower, but I will need to add some plants and everything. That's the goal. That is what's on the menu today. Just general art and improvement and some chatter if you want to chatter. That said, let me pull up everything. I have everything on screen. Let me do it here. Yeah, that should work. And then, as you can see, my layers are... There's something. I have a lot. I try to keep it organized, but usually I kind of organize it afterwards. We have the ladder here. Usually with my colors as well, I kind of eyeball it and then I go in afterwards for colors. But I wanted to try and get this rosebush area done. I have a blobbed out feel of how I want the rose bushes to look, and the goal is to make the rose bushes. This is I mean, I guess all my other past streams have been me. All my past other streams have been me doing a study, so starting either, well, this is still Scratch, but this is it's a little different. So it's slightly different. This one is, I mean, for the character one, it was starting from scratch. This one is a continuation. And it's always nice to come back from your art and redo it. Or not redo it, come back from it after maybe like a walk or something. That way you can come at it with new eyes. You can also flip the canvas, which I also like doing. I have a whole button for it. Helps. Now let's see. I have my colors, I have my plants. I'm just trying to make sure everything's organized here. We have a grid, we have a background, our sacks hidden, we have our sunflowers. Now, what is this? This is the pot. That goes in the sunflower category. Pot. Let's type that there. How about all of you, though? Any pixel art projects you've worked on recently or working on today? I am very curious. Let's hide that pot. Let's see, we have some of the plant sketch. Plant sketch. Like that. And then we have the ladder. Alright, that's a little better. And then with the ladder and the sketch, I can make the sketch a little bit darker so I can tell what I'm looking at. And just like that, we've got our base. Let's go ahead and start on the rose bush. And I thought I added a layer, but I guess not. This is an isometric piece. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me go ahead and add view, timeline, preview, here. There. Match it up a little bit. and seeing the overall piece. This is an isometric piece though. No specific reason I did it. I wanted to do it to add a bit of perception to it, I guess is the best way to say it. I wanted a different angle. I didn't want it to be the exact same from my original art piece, which was kind of isometric. It wasn't specifically pixel art designed, but it was a drawing that I drew out and then added on to. Here I'm just outlining the box so we can get our box size angles, all of that. And then adding on to it. This would be our box. Now as for the roses, this is where the references come into play at. Let's see. Rose bush. We have some of these. They're very pretty, aren't they? A lot of the roses are kind of out there. We're probably going to have to look at some and study some. It seems like it's gonna turn into a study stream, whether I like it or not, but that's okay. I feel like I'm always studying whenever I'm doing art, even if it's just passively, as you always kind of need to have a little bit of a reference, and so unless it's something that you know inside and out. I've got my reference over here, and I have the artwork here. We're all good to go. Now, as for the rose bushes, for now, let's just do a pink color, like something like this, but in the pink. Maybe a little bit lighter. Oops, it's a square right now. There we go. We can definitely change that later. It might have to be like this color. Yeah, these are just eyeballing right now. They can change later. And that's what I really like about all the color stuff. Now let's go with this one. I think that one works. And let's go back to our rose bush. This is our box, or our pot really. Pot. And this would be our roses. Now, these rose bushes are kind of green and everything. So I can grab this green, highlight over this pink, and then we go into our, what is it? Frame? No, view. Where is that? Layer? It's in here somewhere. Oh, color mode. If I click this button, you can see they're pretty similar. And we want something that contrasts well. So I might do maybe, instead of that green, maybe this green or maybe a darker green. Maybe like this. And do they mesh well? Let's see. I go to my, where is it at? Color mode. This one, not so much. Maybe if we make the green a little bit darker. We can still make it warm though, but darker. We have that green and this pink. I want a bright green. So maybe more of a saturated green and a pink. And what are we at now? That's a little bit better. Might make it a little bit more contrasty. More saturated, but darker. Maybe like here. Now it's not really bright. The part about colors I love is just that you can tweak it. You can try to figure out, alright, what do I like? What do I not like? And once we're done, we can make all the colors mesh well overall. Kind of just, I like to work on it in chunks. But I think these two work. So I'll go ahead and save these. You don't have to keep going back and forth. And then going back to that green. Let's bring it out a little bit with all the, was it my Control B that I had? Oops. Control Shift B? Nope. I don't remember the button. It was a brush tool I had. Shift B. Let's try that. There it is. Sprite has fun tools you can use sometimes, and I like to use a brush here and there. And as far as the settings go, I wouldn't know. I kind of just see an eyeball what seems to work. This brush, I want it to kind of create a bit of a flowery pattern. And I think that works. So I just go in, add a bit of flowery feel to it. Maybe, and adds a bit of randomness as well. And then I can kind of go in and shave it off a little bit and figure out, alright, well, what do I want to keep? What do I want to throw away? And I think that works. Maybe we can add a little bit more, but for now, I think that's good for the green. As far as the flowers are concerned, how do we want to draw the flowers? We can start off maybe by dotting it around the area. Oops, let's spray still. Brush. Right. Now, it's kind of a top-down feel to it, so if we just do this, it's not the right perspective. It's looking at the bush flat, but it is a nice start. I might say maybe here, and that can be the range of where our flowers are, and then now we can just kind of figure it out. From there, what I've realized is nice to do is, and we can kind of look as well. I don't know if oh, has it been, did I ever go back to Sprite? Hold on. Oh boy, I have to check that. I was sure it was on the Sprite screen. Okay, I was. Okay, that's good. As I was saying, here on our Pura, I did have a lot of flowers. I tried to look at how people do the leaves and everything to try to figure out, alright, how do they do it and why did they do it? Trying to see if there's any roses. I don't know if I have any roses. This person did a whole pack of flowers. But roses? This one's from an upcoming game, Tail Slide. They have a lot of nice flowers. I'm looking for roses specifically. I don't think I have any roses, which is a little unfortunate. These flowers are nice. And oh, actually, this might be able to help us a little bit. The perspective is right. Everything is facing upwards, and that's what we need, upwards facing. We don't want directly facing. In my artwork here, you can kind of see some of these flowers are downward facing. Some of them are facing upwards. These are kind of facing. These are kind of facing upwards. Depends on the direction of the plant, and when you go to these flowers you can see as well these are going upwards. These are kind of everywhere. These, I like these. We might use these. Let's go ahead and maybe copy these and move them over to Clip Studio Paint and do a quick trace reference to see if we can figure out how they work. So this would be sunflowers. And we'll move all of these into this. And this is roses, all roses. And paste them into here and make them smaller. And there we go, that should be good. And let me move you over. Where are we at? This screen. Here. And let's hide our sunflower screen. If it'll let me. And let's look at these roses first, I think. Let's go ahead, make them lighter. Add over. Great. And that's a good brush. I think this is fine. We're trying to get the general shape, and I'm kind of seeing here it's a... Oops. Is this the wrong color? I'm not feeling a dark color. Okay, that's a little better. Doesn't feel like my usual brush though. Maybe... Okay, that's better. You kind of have separations, it seems like, with the rose. Right? There's a lot of layering going on. That's always been a thing. I don't know what it is. I just like the way trees are drawn. I like the way flowers are drawn. It's so mystical to me. There seems to be a sort of pattern going on here with the roses. You kind of loop and trying to figure out, some of these aren't good pictures, but you can kind of get the general shape, right? We have a sort of cone feel to it. These are more facing directly at you. They still have that bumpy feel to it. It's like gotta do chores, be back later hopefully. Good luck with your chores. Let's see. Kind of feels like this is the general shape I'm getting with the roses, right? Maybe a sort of coney feel to it. A coney feel that it is then... Oops. A coney feel that then has your layers and your waves of everything. Kind of feels like how the roses are. With your inner layers and then your folds and everything. Kind of make your roses. Let's go ahead and try to emulate that. And see if we need to either keep learning or if we can try to figure it out. Now that we kind of understand that a little bit better, let's choose some other colors. We have this pink already. We can go for, well, you're supposed to go cooler and like that. That's your hue shift you should be doing. I've been doing warmer for my shadows instead. That's fine, but I would like to learn the proper way to do it. Maybe something like that. And then for our highlights, we go high and warm. So maybe something like this. Now, as far as this is concerned, I don't really like it that much. Let's go a little bit warmer. I mean cooler, and then drop it into maybe here. That might be a little bit better. Heighten it, possibly. We'll grab these colors and add them. That way we can use them later. These are mostly temporary, just to get a feel for everything. Okay, I also realized, Tado, that chat is not good contrast against the A sprite, is it? Hold on. Let me swap you back over to Kira for a second. And let me see if I can change the theme. Layers, frame, where's it at? File, edit, preferences. I think it's in preferences. Let's go ahead with our color. No, it would theme. Let's try maybe this one. I don't like that one. This one? That one's a little better. Okay. See how you feel about this one. Oh, never mind. Cancel. And then go back. Preferences. And select. Nope, not that one. Don't adjust scaling. Where is it at? I saw it for a second. Here we go. Okay. How do you feel about this one? Does this work a little bit better for chat? Let me see. Typing. Not good as well, but it's a little bit better. Here, I'll grab the blank. Don't want to drag you everywhere. Just want to make sure the background of the that can be seen. Maybe I can move it here. That works a little bit better. And we'll move that palette up here. Not palette, preview. That should hopefully help a little bit. We'll see. For now, let's keep going. Now, let's see. Now that we have that kind of shape, when you look at these, again, they're kind of facing towards you. Now we have to kind of edit it to be that cone shape. Right? We have maybe a flower, and this is this layer. Okay. I think my shifty makes it so it's only in this. Yeah. Let's do that. Or maybe might have the bottom of the cone reaching like this. Or maybe what we do is do this, and then we go back with the pink. Now we can kind of shape it. Maybe this one's facing, oops. Maybe this one's facing this way. Like that. Maybe this one's facing, trying to get a sense of direction here with our flowers. Maybe this one is facing up, like this. Oops, we don't want continuous. More like that. Maybe this one's facing downwards. This is the down angle look. This one could be facing forward. This one maybe could be facing to the side. Like that. Oops. Maybe this one is facing up again. You don't need them all to be facing awkward ways. Yummy pixels indeed. Welcome back. Let's see. We're gonna get a feel for a rose bush with just directions. Not really drawn a rose bush before. Have once, but tweaking it a bit. Maybe something like that for directions. They're kind of going up, down, left. They're kind of circling. Well, maybe let's tone down the directions a little bit. We can possibly grab this one and let's just put it here. Those two kind of match. Maybe we can take this one and do this. Maybe do it down a little bit like this. Well, it goes up. It would have to be this way to be down. Something like that. I think that works. Maybe like that. And then these two work, I think. We want it to be a little bit different, not too different. And I think that works. For now, at least. Oops, wrong side. Up there. Like that. That might work for our rose bushes. And now that we have those kind of general shapes, we can kind of darken it a little bit. Again, if we go back to our references or draw over, you can kind of see on here the angles at which the flowers, especially here, you have your layers of petals and then they're kind of overlapping over one another. They kind of create this interlocking feeling. You have that cup feel up here. And then from that cup feel, you have petals overlapping over each other. We just have to figure out how to do that overlapping feel. Something like that. And then the lower ones connect. Okay, let's give that a go. So you have the cups. Let's do this one first. I think that would be a little bit better. Let's go for something a little bit more symmetrical. This is the top. That's why it's highlighted. And let me go ahead and do that. I'm curious to see if doing this pixel perfect will work. But we'll just keep it for this for now. And then now let's try to add a little bit of darkness to everything and make sure I have simple layers back on. Now as for this, I'm actually gonna duplicate it just to make sure we don't lose it. So I'll copy it and then go to a new layer and paste. That way it won't be lost. And now let's try editing it. And let me pull up my rose reference again, just so I can see it and have it in the back of my mind. Pull it over here. Okay, so maybe what we can do is do them up here. Right, again with the pixel art, you don't want to be too detailed, but you can be a little detailed. Hide this. Maybe add some of this here for our petals. Maybe something like that for the rose. And then this is the dark part of the rose. Now we need some... Goal is to do this with 2 colors and then we can kind of edit it later. But with that said, maybe we can add a bit of layering. Right. Maybe these are our initial flowers. Let's just make it dark again. And that kind of adds a... Oh, that's cute a little bit. It adds a bit of a core center. It's like a little heart. That is cute. Maybe now we can do our light again. And let's add a bit of light here. Down there might be dark. Let's do maybe this. Maybe it would have been best to start inwards than outwards, I'm realizing. That's what this is for, to figure out what we need to do. Maybe something like that, and then we have maybe something like that. Flower might need to have that one last petal. It has that inside and then that outside petal. Maybe something like that would be for the rose. You have your tips of the rose, which are your highlights. So this would be like a tip area, maybe a tip. These are your highlight areas. This would be a tip. And then these insides are your deeper parts of the rose. So this is the dark area. These are kind of the shadows. So this flower goes into there. Might go here. That might turn a little bit. But it's all about the little pixels. Especially too, it's handy to have this screen up here just so you can see it from further away and realize, you know what? I think I am too lost in the weeds. I think for now this is fine though. We can add maybe some of this. No. I think I like it like this better. Maybe we can delete some of those. Make it less. I think that's good. Something like this is, I think, fine. We can maybe add some more of the shining areas. And I think that works for the flower. We can maybe darken this area down here. This is the darkest part of the flower. Maybe some of these areas can be a little bit darker. And that might work for the rose. So then we can go back and open up here. Now that we kind of have an idea of maybe how the rose might look. We can go down here. Let me go ahead and lasso everything. And I'll copy everything. Oops, gotta turn that off. Lasso everything else. And make a new layer and paste. And it should be good to go now. And I'll merge this down. Now we have our new layer. And we can kind of do symmetry for a few of these. For this one we can do symmetry. Let's go ahead and see. Alright, this is our darkest part of the flower. So let's do that part. Then we have the inside. You have to make sure about that and the highlights. Let me grab those. Now if this flower is sort of tilting towards us, the highlight might be up here. We might see the inside here. And then the flowers might go around that area. It might go maybe something like this. This is a start. We have the flower tips. That kind of did help a little bit with the tips. Here is the center, and then up at the center you have the tip of the flower petal at least. That's the darkest area. Kind of trying to mix and mesh, trying to figure out how do I do this. It's an interesting pattern though. The whole leaf area is overlapped. You kind of have to figure out how to make that center dark. Let's see. Maybe let's go back and do this again. Maybe symmetry isn't the way. Second to refix my position in the seat and flower. I want to try doing starting from just a base and seeing how it works out. Let's do this and then use the dark color for really dark parts. So I'm thinking we have the flower petal, right? This might be the petal. This might be the dark part of the petal, the shadow part of the petal. But then you have other parts of the petals that kind of overlay. And I guess that's what makes drawing the rose really tricky. You have the really dark areas that you have to be careful of. Because you have this part here, right, that's kind of overlapping the other two. Maybe you give it a bit of a darker feel. This might come out a little bit because it's the flower petal part. This might come out as the other side. So maybe that's the top, and then these are the other two sides, but now it kind of looks off a little bit. What can I do? Sometimes you can just fake it till you make it, which is also a nice part about Pixelart. You don't have to know everything, just have to know a little bit enough for it to be convincing. And right now all it is just sort of twisting and turning to see what we can write out. But if maybe we do, there. Maybe we can do a centerpiece that is like this, maybe. Again, we want it to be upwards. Let's do it this way. So we have the dark layer, the dark part of the flower. That might be the double layer here. That. And then we have it curling around. This might be the bottom of the flower, the bottom part of the cone. And then this is the actual part of the flower. So it might look something like that. Maybe a little bit more wide. Probably like that. And then now we might have that light part coming out. That's the tip of the flower. It might be another tip here, here, And here, maybe. And then you have your pink inside. That might look a little bit better. Does not look like a rose, I'll tell you that. More like a carnivorous plant. But I am kind of liking the shape, general shape. We can kind of tweak it a little bit. Maybe something more like this. Where we have the dark area. And then we have that highlight again. Then we have the dark part of the flower. Maybe the light part. Tweaking it a little bit and I'm gonna make it feel rose-ish, but I think this could pass off as a rose. Not sure about this one. Let me see if there are some pixel art rose examples. Sometimes I go to Pinterest, sometimes I go to Twitter. It just depends. For weird reasons, there's now AI pixel art, which is really weird to look at. Like you squint and then you start realizing some stuff looks a little wonky. Pixel art rose. How are those done? Let me drag and drop these. I can show you what I'm looking at. I'll make an area over here for some roses. And drag a few of these. And what else do we have? I always do find it interesting how, despite how little pixels there are, there's different ways it's done each time. It's always so nice to look at. You have this one. And let's do one more to look at. Ah, actually, that's a good one. Stardew Valley Fairy Rose. Fairy Rose. Images. Let's see. And drag and drop. That works. Alright, so take a look. Oops. We go back to our PDF. Stardew Valley has a very small pixel art size. Look how they do their roses. There's an outline and then very few colors. And yet, because it's so far away, it looks like a rose. This one's more detailed because it is the actual art piece. And then this one is kind of a swirl. I think that's where we might go. Maybe we can try to do a swirl. I've seen a lot of roses have a swirl feel. If we go back to my artwork, I think I kind of even do a swirl. A little bit here. It's a little bit of a swirl. Let's try a swirl. Maybe... Oop. Where's my symmetry at? Oh, here it is. It got swapped because I flipped it. Let's also turn this off as well. And see about doing a swirl. I'm curious to see how that might look. I'll add all of these back. Like that. And now let's do a swirl of a dark color. Maybe like that. Maybe something like this. I mean, hold on. Maybe more like that. And we have to move it over a little bit. Like here. Oh no! My symmetry. My two double lines. I always like having a little double center. Maybe something like this for the swirl. And then like that. You can kind of cut off these edges maybe. Definitely, it feels more tulip when you cut off the edges, doesn't it? The roses kind of feel wider. If we cut this out, then we can drop this down and drop that down. Kind of cut that guy out. I don't think we need some of these pixels, but we do need some of them. Did I just repeat myself? I don't think we need some of them, but we need some of them. Huh. Wise sage words. Maybe something more like this? I liked it better when it was like that. And then... Well, see, that's the thing. When you look at it from here, it doesn't even feel like a swirl. It feels like a circle. Maybe we can do more of this for a swirlish feel to it. Let me zoom out a little bit again, because this is the view we'll look at it from when it's done. The itty bitty details, yes, they do matter, but grand scheme of things, not too much. Maybe we can do that instead. And then we can have maybe here. Yes, flowers are very interesting. They're very intricate. I think that's why I like them. They're neat, and yet they're very natural. There's a natural pattern to them that just makes them very interesting. So as far as this one goes, this is facing up, right? So maybe it's more of an upward swirl. The swirl is from above. Maybe like this. Possibly. I never know with these sort of things. It's all about really test. A push and pull. But I do like that kind of idea to it. The sizing is just off. Maybe something like that. And then, let's see. All about getting some. I don't know how I did this one. Well, I do like this one. It's a very rosy feel. I want to make a few more variants and then we can... Maybe 3. I want to do 3 different roses. Maybe we can take a break from this rose and try with the direct facing rose. For a change of pace. With that said, when it's directly facing at us, let's try to do the swirl then. Let's go for all of that color and now do the swirl. Maybe like... What's the thing? It's like there's a swirl, but why is there a swirl? And I think instead of trying to draw a swirl, we have to figure out why swirl. Rose. So yeah, let's do it that way instead. Instead of just drawing a swirl, let's try to figure out why a swirl is drawn. I think that'd be more helpful. We need a simple rose, but we need it understand said rose. Let's try drawing it face on. We already have a lot of face on photos. Go ahead and do this. And I'll go ahead and lower the opacity again. We'll go back to Clipsy Paint. Alright. So maybe the swirl is because of this look to it. You have a sort of general swirl feel, and that's probably why, and then you kind of have the roses overlapping over each other. That might be why it has a general swirl feel to it. I do notice as well, it's very pointy in some areas, which is interesting. But you have the center, and then you can kind of see, these were the dark parts I was trying to make out. These are your dark parts, and then these are kind of your highlights. The center seems to always be dark. So let's try to take from that and go back over to A-Sprite. Center's dark, we know that. And then we know the whole swirl idea is because it's also gaining in size with the petals. Let's try to make some dark areas maybe that give that swirl feel to it. Let me move this over so I can see it a little bit clearer. Okay. Let's make this paint come out a little bit like that. And then horror is always making it too complicated. Again, it's like Pixelart, you don't need it to be too much. It can be a little bit. I'm trying to just add a little bit of that detail that we saw with the rose, where it was a little spiky in some areas. Maybe here. Let me go over here. Maybe something like that a little bit. Make it not perfectly shaped. We add a little bit of variation. Now let's see. Center is dark, and then we have other parts of it that get darker. And I think that's where that swirl feel comes into play at. Let's try to do this maybe. And if we do that, now we have to add to it. Question is, how add? How do the things? Because this is the dark part, right? And then this is the actual flower area. These are the tips of the flowers. For example, this might be the tip area. This could also be the tip area. These are the parts of the flowers that... This is the part of the flowers that get to shine. Trying to figure out if it even looks nice to look at. Definitely looks like something. I don't know if it looks nice. Definitely don't think it looks nice though. This is tricky, isn't it? Okay. Let's try dark and then dark, 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 dark. I've seen that done before where it's more squished. The roses. Maybe something like this. And then we can kind of move it over a little bit. I keep saying it, but there's so many different things. It's like Pixelart can be stylized. Art can be stylized as well, but especially for Pixelart. Gotta have style. It adds a little bit to it. Maybe we can squish that down a little bit. Move this in a little bit. I kind of like it a little bit wide. We can get rid of these, I think. This is the dark part, possibly. It's all about, kind of looks like a cinnamon bun, doesn't it? Tricky. This is actually the rose bit of it. Maybe we can raise this part up and then give it its actual shimmer. Up here. Maybe like that. To add to the outer layer of the rose. This is dark. So then this would have to be the outer layer feel. This is the actual petal and then that's the dark part. You can't see that part. Actually, there wouldn't be a dark part there. There might be maybe a light part here and here, and then there'd be like a dark part here, because you'd see that dark part of the flower. And then you have... yeah, okay. It's all about tweaking things a little bit here and there. You might see the flower highlight here, and then you'd have a bit of a dark part. You might get a bit of flower here, a bit of highlight here. And then you'd have the petal. You might get 2 highlights here because of the flower. Maybe 3 highlights. Make it a little bit symmetrical. And then that swirl's good. This here doesn't make sense. This is dark here. That's why it's in there. This is the bottom of this petal. That's why you're seeing it. Here, on the sides, it's kind of anyone's game, it looks like. So we'll just do this. And then maybe this. And then curious if we do it all lined out. And it looks like a highlight, doesn't it? Something like that. And we have the petals over here. That makes sense. You add a dark area here, it kind of adds a little bit to it. Then you have your areas up here. That's your flower. And have your highlight here and the areas down there. You might add to here. Maybe even you can save that off a little bit. Trying to save on space. Maybe shave that off. Add to these areas. Save this off. Save everything. Kinda. It's not too bad, I think. A little weird, but not too bad. Maybe... I definitely like the highlight bit. We can do the light area, which is this, and then this is the really dark. That might help a little bit if we do the really dark areas really dark. like here. This might go in a little bit. Oops. Like that, possibly. Trying to shrink it down a little bit. This would be, I think, pure white. Oh, pure pink, really. The white's the highlights. It's not the actual flower. Let's do this instead. Make it a little bit easier. We have flower here, that's a petal. That might be a little bit of the darkness in the petal. You might see a little bit of darkness here from the petal. You might see a little bit of darkness there. Then you have the inside of the petal. You wouldn't really see darkness over top. You'd see it more on the bottom. It might be more something like that. But again, it's a swirl, so you have to be conscious of that part. Maybe then instead it moves over here. Something like that. Maybe it doesn't even get that at all. I do think it needs one at least. And that's your swirly feel to it. And then you have the top part of the rose. Now, when you're looking at it from the front, you don't really see the dark spots, but you might see maybe a few dark spots. Maybe that one there. Round it off a little bit. And now you have the highlights we can add back in. Maybe this, that. Might be here, here, here. Do all of these, all of those. I'd say that still doesn't look like a rose. I am not satisfied with that at all. Alrighty then. What that means. Flip time. Oops. Undo and then flip time. We still don't understand. Well, I still don't understand it. We have to rinse and repeat. This is usually what I do when I'm trying to get a finish artwork done. This is a bigger project than I normally do. So it's a little bit more challenging. And I'm hoping I didn't choose a too hard difficulty. I'm hoping it's just the right amount of intense, that it's still plausible and it's still doable. Maybe what we need is flower petals of different colors, right? Maybe instead of thinking it in terms of shadow first, let's think of it in terms of off colors. For example, this is one petal color and this is another petal color. So we have one petal out here, right? And then we have the next petal, what kind of outlines it. And that's gonna be a little tricky, but I hope you get what I'm saying. This is a petal and this is a petal. And then we have another petal, kind of outlines it. A little hard to explain. Hope I'm explaining it. It's definitely hard to draw. I'll show you in Studio Paint. It's a little bit easier. So what I'm thinking is, with the way the rose is designed, you have your inside, right, your circle, and then you have petals. You have like one petal here, then you have another petal here, and then you have another petal here that takes over it, and then you kind of just alternate in a spiraling, it seems like, to eventually make your rose. We just need to make that. So let's go back to our A-Sprite. And this is a petal. And then we have... Okay, you know what? I think I know what we have to do. Let's make it start off this color. That way it's not... We have a base. And now let's start off with the light color for the petal. Oops. The light part of the petal. Wait, this is the center part of the petal. And you might have this part that's outside the petal. Then you might have maybe this part that's the next part of the petal. Maybe this part then comes back again from the petal. What's the issue here is... tricky. Okay. I think we're on the right track though. Let's make it one wider, maybe one taller. Add a bit of symmetry. Oh, I did not make it symmetrical. Hold on. One lower. I mix this in the middle and then there. One more in. Like that. Would that make it? Yeah, that would make it have a center. Okay. That's the center part, and then you have, well, maybe this can be the center part. Or so like that. And it's a tiny flower, and then maybe we can do something like this, this, and this. That kind of makes it feel like it wraps around. Then we have the petal here. We have the petal here. Flowers are hard, aren't they? In this case, it's pretty simple to map it out in drawing terms, but for pixel art, it's trying to figure out what's the simplest way to draw it. Let's see. I feel like this one up here. Maybe let's go back down to this one. I like what we have. We can just expand on it a little bit. This is already the darkest part. Maybe we can add this is the darkest area, but that doesn't need to be dark. More so like this. This is the highlight of the flower. That's the highlight. And then that's more of a internal area. And then, I mean, this might be both the dark parts of the flower, possibly. Maybe more just like this. We're not even on the thing, hold on. Yep. That's the thing as well, I always think I'm over complicating something. There's definitely an easy way to do it. And sometimes I don't choose the easy way. But I hope to, as I grow, understand this simpler way to do it. I think, yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. I'm thinking maybe some of those. Alrighty. When in doubt, we go back to referencing. So if we look at the flowers again, let's see. Spirally kind of feel to it. How do we make that spirally feel? We could try outlines. We could try that. I always do, well, I always like to do a black just to start. For example, this is the first part of the flower. That's the first outline bit. And then that's this color. And then maybe this is the next color. We have spiral. And that was the spiral idea, right? We had the 1, 2, here, 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 and then we had the here and here. I do kind of like the C feel. Maybe we can make that C go down, or nah, it's not tall enough. Okay, so from here, we have the inside of the flower, that's the dark part. And then we have the actual rose petals. That might look something like this. That might be a petal. This might be a petal. Then we have some petals here. Maybe another petal here, here, and here. Got another one, and then some more big petals. Possibly some petals starting here, and then going out and in. And then we have another big one, big one maybe, like this. And maybe that. Oops. Like that maybe. And we could maybe tweak the shape a little bit. Not too wonky looking. And add a little bit to it. Be like that. Always trying to figure out the way you can tweak things a little bit. Add that maybe, that. Maybe that can be moved down. Even like that, it doesn't look like a rose. So let's try next method. Got a lot of methods. Which is kind of painting it in. Let's try a new file. 64 by 64. Oops, 64. Oops. Okay. Go back to our flower window. There's something I'm not understanding about the flowers. So you have your base flower petal, and then you have your opposite flower petal. And I think that's why it's not connecting. You have your base and your dark here. Then you have another flower petal. It's also dark here. You have another petal. Not dark there. And then you have maybe another petal here. It might help a little bit. You might have a dark area here for your flower petal. Let's fill that in. Yeah. It looks like an amalgamation, doesn't it? Let's see. With that taken, you can make sure the right colors are there. And let's add this as this. Look at that. Oops. Like this. And then fill this in. Now shape it a little bit. And go down one. I don't like all those lines. Maybe clean it up a little bit, maybe. Go back to that symmetry feel. Where'd it go? There we go. Okay. Let's move this up one first. That, like that a little bit better. And oh, kind of fits with what we have, doesn't it? Let's do that then. And then go back to what we did have with their symmetry. And it would be this guy here. Okay. Simple. Don't need it too complicated. We could just say this is a petal, these petals come out here, these petals come out here. Then there's the petal here. And I think maybe that's it. I'm trying to... Roses aren't typically symmetrical. Let's try to do not that. This is a petal. And then from out there is another petal. Maybe something... Well, it's always a little bit bigger, isn't it? This is the deep part of the petal. And then this petal part goes out. And then we have another... A little tricky to explain. It would probably look like this maybe, and then this. And we're just getting bigger in size each time. Maybe like that. Yeah. Like, sometimes you can shade with shadow. Sometimes you can shade with light. I kind of alternate between the two depending on how I'm doing. For certain, we know that the outline is in light, right? We can start there. We know the tips of the flower are bright because they're in light. They're facing directly towards the camera, so you can see the entirety. Well, yeah. Then you can kind of see below the flowers a little bit. So then you might see that spirally feel next. Maybe then you get that spiral, maybe something like that. No, that just doesn't look like a rose. Definitely doesn't. Maybe... Again, definitely not. Maybe the rose has to be asymmetrical. Maybe we can push this in a little bit. Let these guys for a moment. Maybe something like this. Kinda morph it. Sometimes that's all it takes. A little morphing. And thinking all of that. Trying to figure out what goes where. And to that I say, not too sure yet. I think I get why it has the swirl feel to it though. For example, this is the tip side, right? Kind of rotates, and it's a tip side feel where this is all side, this is all side, this is side, that's the tip. So that's all the tips and the sides, and that means all of this gets retracted. These are all tips, and that's if we're looking at it from... We're looking at it straight down, actually. It's facing directly into the center. You would get all of these kind of dark areas. We don't want it to be too symmetrical. Kind of add some dark spots. Maybe this. I feel like this could possibly work. It just needs to be first reversed. That. And then maybe that. And then this has to be really dark. Maybe darker. Maybe this has to come in a little bit. Nah. I think that was fine. This, though, needs a little bit of extra attention. Maybe something like this. And then we have that light, little shiny parts. That, I think that kind of helps. Maybe even get rid of that entirely. Push it around a little bit. Possibly that, maybe. Working things out. Maybe we can do that a little bit better for clarity. Kinda just trying to tweak it a little bit. Oops. Something like that, maybe. We have the flower. Might actually maybe go in like this. And then this is all the dark parts of the flower, right? Maybe that's the top, that's the top. Then you have this shiny bit, you have the dark part, you have the shiny bit. That's dark because you're seeing inside. And then I feel like we had it. And then we lost it. I feel like that works. And then this part here can just be regular. I think that's good. What do you give that, Rose? All of that for that little guy. But I think it works. It's a little shorter than our other ones. So maybe we can add a bit of extra. Or maybe not. Maybe we don't want to touch it. But I'm gonna touch it. Just a little bit. Maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. Like this. And then now we can definitely get rid of that corner guy. That can come down a little bit, which means this can get dark. That goes with the really dark one. That's centerpiece. I think some of these can be super dark. Some of them can be super bright. I think this works though. Curious about. I just do this, and then erase this. And merge you down. Okay, I think this works. Yeah. Possibly, maybe. I know I keep going back to it. Yeah. It is tricky for sure. Trying to figure out, do we need it? Do we not need it? What's needed and what isn't? Oops. All of that. Texture of that kind of helps a little bit, but I don't want it to be too muddy. This is because that is the deepest part of it. That's kind of a tip, but not really. Maybe we bring in these dark parts for the really dark areas. We're seeing this from above. Maybe this can come in a little bit. No, I kind of like the spiky feel. And then maybe that can come in down there. Probably only this guy. And then it would be like this, wouldn't it? And then it kind of doesn't look like a rose, does it? I think that's fine. And now we need a sideways, which should be a little bit easier. Notice usually the sideways ones work a little bit better for me. It might be more like this, where the petals are coming in from that angle. You have your outer petals, right? And then your inner ones. You're not really gonna see a lot of your inner ones, thankfully. Might be able to carve away at it a little bit, maybe more like this. Or maybe we can add one. Oops. Hide that. Oh, never mind. This gets merged down. Now we can erase. Something like that. And then we have the other flowers. It's definitely interesting. Oops. How flowers in the direction of stuff can change things entirely. Oops. Too many buttons being pressed. Let me make sure it's the right size circle. And then that doesn't look right. Hold on. There. Okay. So you have your tips of your flowers, right? Now this would be the light part of it. The kind of flower parts that are going in towards your edges. That's the tip areas. And the tip areas are very big. That's why I'm doing them like this. Very big. And they're all the way showing. And then this one might come up a little bit. And these are our bright parts because the flowers are the same light. This is just the dark inside. Direction of the flower, what I'm trying to show off. These guys are kind of wrapping around. That's the idea. These guys kind of wrap around a little bit. Might be tilted downwards too much, but that's okay. And then in here you have your tips again. Now this is where you might show off that swirl part of the flower. And maybe like this. And like that. And then we have the, well, this would be your bright part, right? Oops. And then you might take this as your dark part. And it's showing towards the light. So it can get away with a lot. And this? Not feeling that for sure. Flowers are so difficult. And it's exactly why I want to get better at them. Once I can start honing my skills at the craft. Oh boy, you better watch out. Let me get some water. I haven't had some water in a second. Oh. now that I have my water, get some references. Maybe this one, where the flower is like facing up, like a tip up, and then it's like down. Yeah, the general shape is this. That's what we have. And then now you have those tips that are kind of being folded out. You have kind of this guy out here. We're overlapping as well. So kind of go a little bit. Maybe something like that. Because then another tip then comes out of nowhere and starts crowding everything. And then that goes into an area. This guy kind of goes in. That guy goes down. So make you go down here. It might be a little bit better for clarity reasons. And then we have, sorry which reference I'm looking at. This guy here, this one. This sort of in out, right? We have, oops, the control shift done on here. This here, you can see that overlap really. All of those guys. Very single layers as well. Very thin. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish with the small shapes I have. When we hide this. Wrong one. When you hide it, it does look like a flower. Well, it's very interesting. I think maybe I'm doing too much detail. Maybe that's it. I have a area for the tip, an area for the side. Maybe we just need less. Maybe that's it. We're just trying to first distinguish the different areas. And I think this is fine. This kind of shows off the tip of the rose. This shows off the innards. And then this is the center. Let's do big flowers. Not big flowers, big petals, I think, for the rose. And see how that turns out. And see if it turns out any better. Right, we have another rose, maybe petal that goes up here. And then we have another petal that maybe goes in here. Kinda looks like a flower. Semi-ish, yesin. Kinda, sorta. Depends on how you look at it. And I say kinda, sorta. Maybe if we clean it up a little bit, it'll help. A little bit better. Now we just kind of have to deal with the sides really up here. There's a really big side we have. And that's where that side part comes into play. This is all side, really. All of this up here. And I think that's, yeah, where we're running into a little bit of issues. That's all side. And then we have all of this out here. That's the light area. That's not a side. And then up there, we have more sides. Maybe we can shrink it down a little bit. Do that highlight area, but no. I kind of like it like this. And then this petal over here. Can't get away with shrinking it. But it is a side. And then we have this other petal here. Which is another side. Kinda works. Maybe lessen it a little bit. I think that's a little better. That's all sides a little bit, so maybe we can do this. Maybe move that a little bit there. definitely is carving. Maybe move that a little in. I want to move these guys in a bit. That maybe. And then you can get moved down here, maybe? Yeah. From far away, it doesn't look the best. That's kind of all that matters, right? From far away. Let's add some less lighting. And then add our darker tones, our sides. Dark up here. Not too much dark up there, actually. And then we have our sides. Maybe something like that. And then maybe something like that to help add a little bit to it. I really want to move it down to here, but I'm not too sure about the consequences of those actions. So let's copy and compare. I'll move you up here. And now I want to just shift you down like here. Make you this color, and then make all of you light here. That, and then all of this is also light. Yep. All of that's light, and then I'd say they look similar. Truth be told, I'm all the way over here. I don't think they look like roses. I don't think I've reached that rosy feel to it quite yet. Our initial one was very rosy. I'm kind of curious if we just... Where is it at? If I were to just copy and do this, what would it look like? Get a rose here, here. I mean, they kind of look like lilies. A lot of different roses depending on the feel of it. Kind of like that a lot better. I'll just add some rose variety. These are really detailed roses. That's what we ended up from all of those to just this one. Oh, well, I mean, it was good practice. Figured out what I didn't like. With those in mind, move them around a little bit. And I'm curious if we can flip it. Like maybe, what is it, Shift D? Or is it Shift H? Let's see. It's good to learn the hotkeys. Shift H? No. Shift V. Ah. Maybe some of these can go downwards. When we look at an actual flower bush. What do we have? Forgot which tab it was. All the flowers is the same, it's just the lighting that's different. This really big flower bush area, I want it to be very stylized, that's why all the flowers are very big. But if we make some roses that are tinier, that might help us. So maybe get rid of this one and stretch out this guy over here. Just a little bit more variety. I can get moved up a little bit. Smidge. Add a bit of flavor to it. And then let's add a few more flowers. I mean roses. Maybe we can add one facing away. Maybe something like this. Possibly. Like that. Oops. Gotta make sure that's filled. Keep trying to add a bit of variety. That. Those are facing up. Maybe this one's facing away. And we have that round shape that we had in the other ones. So it kind of shows you flowery feel of it. It has that separation. Maybe it has those petals. separating it maybe like this. That. That does not look like a flower facing away. I think that works. What we have is good. I think maybe we can add smaller guys. Maybe we can do new. Add some really small guys down here. The small guys are super simplified. They have the dark center. They have some light outside. Hopefully it does not look like a rose. How do people do roses? Let's see. Pixelart O's. Yeah, they're super interesting. Always different ways you can do it, and different ways you can try to stylize it. This one makes a fair point. It was what I was trying to do, where there's a side. Let me add this to my list of references. Where are we at? Go over here. Rose is a swirl, and then you have your sides. Swirl is your highlight, the sky, and then long line, something like this maybe, and your dark parts fill in it. Oops. Yep, and then now you have your long lines. Your walls of your flower, like that, and that goes in there as well. Yeah, I can see it. Move it a little bit, and then you might have a separation between those two, and then another loop of your rose, something like that maybe. This is your outer line. I see. Outer line and then your inner line. Because this is the bottom of the flower. That's your base. Base might be like this. A little bit more angled. And then, oops. I might just do this for the outside. A little bit of light. They are translucent, right? Not translucent, but see-through. Those flowers are. And then your dark area, like this. That might be your rose. Your lines and your drawings, kinda, sorta. I think it definitely starts off like this. You have your swirl and your side. From there, you need another layer of petals. And that petal area is tricky. Have maybe a petal here. And then maybe you have... this is one side. So maybe this is the other side. And then this is your color. It kind of looks a little funny. Probably something more like that then. Go all the way around, a little bit divided. But if one's overlapping the other, probably be more like this. And then about something like that. And then if we have one more guy over here, possibly be like this, with it maybe going the other way this time. Maybe this guy goes in front, and then that goes goes in front, and this guy comes to the side and goes in. And then we have dark innards. Kind of like this, maybe. Not very rose, is it? I think my first time rose was really good. I haven't been able to come back since. It's all about trial and error. I definitely will be trying to do more roses in the future, just because they're so hard for me. It's such an interesting topic. Like the aspiring to get to a point where these aren't too hard. I'm probably gonna need a lot more practice. This is another just overall nice introduction to what I will be learning. Because I want to have you haven't done any yet, but you've rekindled your love of Pixar. Welcome, and I'm glad. It's fun. It can be hard, but I like how it's so simple to pick up, and just a few changes can change the entire feel of it. As I have demonstrated for the past practically 2 hours. Oh man. But I'm very glad. Pixelart's something I only recently, I say recently, but it's been a second, found out about, and since then I've been having fun learning it. And very fun and nice. Because I've seen a lot of big improvements. Maybe kinda, sorta. I like the swirl. I think the swirl definitely helps with it feeling like a rose bush. But adding to that swirl's the really tricky part. I think the dark area that we had at the bottom definitely helps add to it. It adds that side feeling. But maybe we don't do the really dark, we do the light dark. And then now this dark part for the inside. And then now this is the actual pink part of the flower. I'm wondering, can we do that? And so it's like, but not really. That doesn't feel like a swirl either. It kind of has to stay like that. And then, yeah. Colors might be too contrasting. That's what it might be. But I think this works. And then we can kind of tweak it a little bit. Not sure how, but tweak it a little bit. Let's see. This might be an inside part of the flower. That might also be lines. And then that's the actual outside part of the flower. Maybe something like this. It opens up a little bit more. Like that, maybe. Then it gives us the actual flower part of the flower. You can kind of see it from far away. Yes. Let's see. Maybe if I open that up a little bit, allow it to swirl a little bit more. That might help a little bit. And I think it kind of does. We can kind of pepper these guys around. Maybe populate it a little bit more with some more flowers. These are our smaller, simpler guys. I don't want it to be too organized. I'm kind of tossing them everywhere. Merge down. Maybe we can move you here. I want to put one here. Yeah, right there. Question is, are you touching? And you are. Shuffle you down a little bit. Rose bushy-ish. Yep. Let's try to make them match a little bit more, I think. For example, this is a dark bottom part area. Maybe we can do dark. Maybe we can subtract that part. Maybe that line that we have, we can add that back. Maybe we can push you a little bit. Put you here. add a little bit more to the rose. Maybe you have to come around that, add a little bit more of a swirl. Right now it's a swirl. I think that might be it. Take this and we do a big old swirl. Maybe that's what we have to do. We have that swirl, that guy comes in, and then we have the close. Maybe this guy can come in with that guy. And it just looks like a cinnamon bun. I don't think that's quite it. A little bit more. I think this works. You just need a little tweaking. And let's take a look at Stardew Valleys again. It's always interesting because theirs, can I paste it? Oh, I can kind of. You can kind of see it. It's just an arrow, and yet because it's so far away, it works. So from this distance, does it look like a rose? I don't think so. I think these do. This one needs a little bit more tweaking. Maybe what we can do is do... You guys get moved. And you need to be maybe moved all together. And maybe you come out one more. Like that. Roses are difficult, aren't they? But they're great. They say they're hard, but I keep coming back. Gotta be a reason. It's just because they're neat. So many different ways to try it. And one of these days, I'll make a game that's just featured around flowers, just to show off how much better I've gotten. There's an anime that has an opening that's just all hands, and it's great. It's wonderful. The hands just look amazing. And it really shows you the animators know what they're doing. Maybe something like that. And then something... I mean, something small, right? This is the small version of our flower. So you have that tip. And then we have this underneath, right? And then we have this and then the other color. Try mirroring what we did for the first time and seeing if it helps at all. We have that, and then we need the edges. So one more of these, like that, and then probably like that. And you also need a underline, and then we can fill you in. You can get a really dark center, like that. Too dark. Never mind. Stick to the program, like that, and then maybe like this. Highlight you as you get brighter. Maybe this will be your highlight. We'll kind of... really shouldn't have a thing up top, but it makes it look better, so we're keeping it. Let's try that technique. I say technique, it's just the way of doing it. Like that, maybe. We were onto something, I think. We could have those dark sides, possibly. Add to that flower. And then this dark area here, I'm not too sure about. Maybe do like that. It kind of helps, doesn't it? Adds a little bit of that dark feel. And I think maybe that's it. This needs to be a little darker, so it doesn't go well with the bright outside. I think that's probably what it was. The darker color, still pink. Do something like that more. And I think that helps. Let's do all of these the same. Oh, wow, that changes the entire thing, doesn't it? But I'm thinking, oops. That could help a little bit. Set it apart, sorta. Maybe this flower part kind of comes, well, no, because well, unless it's facing it directly, right? This is the side of it. It doesn't get that special treatment. It gets a semi-treatment. Something like that, maybe. And then we add these guys. I'm gonna just continuously swapping colors. It helps. Swapping colors can be really effective. I think that looks better as a rose though, compared to these, right? So we'll move these. And do this. And add some of these guys. I think they definitely feel more rose-like than the other ones. Add one of you. And add one of you up here. I think that kind of helps. Now, these flowers, not flowers, we dealt with the flowers. Now we deal with the leaves part. So this is our rose outline idea. Rose. Try, I think, 2. And then this was rose. What was this? This is leaves. 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 And this is rose sketch. Okay. Now, I haven't done leaves in a second, which is why I refrained from... Oh, what's this flower? Oh ho! I like that one. Mayhaps they can smush it in here a bit. I like the way this one looks. Let's see. Maybe you can go there a little bit. Let's move you. Oops. Let's merge you down. Rose final. This is a sprite. Rose final. I think I have a unless I didn't do it again. No, I didn't. But it's a sprite. This is just the. It looks a little different than it normally does because it's reskinned. But a sprite, that is. Here you go. Hold on. There. A sprite. I'm hoping I spelled it right. Let me double check. Yeah, a sprite. There you go. It is, I think, $20 last time I checked. Yeah. There's other programs you can use out there that are free. But I think A-Sprite's just a good old overall get. Especially if you can get it on sale. I've had this for years. I haven't used it because I've been on and off of Pixelart, but nice. I'm curious if I want to add one more guy maybe over here. Because we have this ladder. Okay, this is still good. I want to duplicate you. Hide you. Oops, not duplicate you. Never mind. I take that back. Oops. There we go. I just want to paste all of these little guys here and see how that looks. From this distance. Paste all of you. It's like a... Might be too similar and we'd have to tweak it a little bit, but I quite like how tiny these guys are. They do look like roses from far away. Hi, hi! Welcome! Welcome back. I do like how adorable these guys are. They adorable. Move them everywhere. Trying not to make it too similar. Like, they'll probably be overlaying each other, right? something like this, oh, it'd be an abomination. You know what we can actually do? There's a feature in A-Sprite where you can make anything a brush. Oops. I have to remember the button, but I know it's a feature. Is it Control B? Ah. Alright, you ready? Look at this. Draw some of these guys in here. Isn't that cool? All of the roses, all of them shall be made. Everywhere, everywhere all at once. I think it's a neat feature though. Alright, but we'll go with this one. This one's a little bit more varied. And add a few more guys though. Maybe one up here. And then I want one guy in here. One guy to get all nice and cozy with him. I don't know if I can squeeze him in there. Nearly. Gotta move this guy over. Well, most of these. Let me get the lasso. Move it over one. Did not mean to do that. That guy's banned. There we go. Some of these have to get moved up a little bit. Make room, make room. Where's the lasso button again? Oops, that is not lasso. Let's do all of this guy and move him up. Up one. Alright, can you fit in here now? Are you allowed? Oh! Siri just went off. Oh boy. My phone recently updated and now Siri goes off every 2 minutes. Is that for a game? Nope, it's just a test to... It's a way to get better at a certain thing. With my artwork, I try to have a goal in mind, and this goal is I did this artwork a while ago, and it's done, and I like it, but I didn't like how the flowers came out. So I'm trying now, like, this is supposed to be a rose bush, but I couldn't figure out how to do a rose bush, so that was the best I could do. And this is supposed to be a sunflower, and this was the best I could do. And I wanted to dedicate a piece of art to trying to upgrade my artwork. Now this is how I did the sunflowers, and this is how I did the roses now. It's a goal of just, this time around I wanted to set aside time to improve on one specific topic. But hopefully, once I get better at flowers, I can make an entire flower game. That sounds like fun. This is my rosebush final. And now we have our leaves. And now we can edit our leaves. I went with this green because it's a nice green. I'm curious. How do we feel about this green? E-Sprite. You go to color mode and grayscale. Check out the different variations with the colors. You can kind of see value-wise. It definitely pops out. You can still see the flowers, and that's what I want. I usually try to make my art look good in black and white as well. That helps with values. This definitely wouldn't be too bad, but it would kind of blend in a little bit. But overall, I think it can work. We have this green here. And let's go back up here. Oh, where are my colors at? Over here. Color. I'll just add you two up here. This doesn't really mean anything. I just put this here to get a better visual feel for all my colors. I definitely do want to learn how to color map, but for now, this is just how I like to mark out my colors. Right now what I'm doing is trying to figure out a highlight for the flowers, for the leaves. You can see down here, oops. Let me close rosebush for a second. And just go up to a new layer. This green, how does it match these other flowers? Not too bad. You could definitely tell a difference from a while away, or from a distance. I think we're good with that green. We have this green for our highlight. We have this green for our regular green. And now we need a dark green, so we go over to cool, a little bit darker. And this should be fine and dandy. It's gonna have to be really dark. Probably something like this. Let's see. Color mode. A little bit better, but we need even darker. Possibly something like this. Right, color mode. Yeah, a little darker. Probably something in here. This is probably dark enough. Yep. And we'll do that. So this is our normal, this is our light, and this is our dark. Let me just move them down here so I can see them. And dark. Great. You, oh nope. You're over here. Let me slide you over. And what was that? Okay, I think the text on screen is working out fine. I covered it with my references, oh boy. We have this, this, and this. And you three are here. Perfect. Okay. I move the normal color there. I can better see it. And you green, I don't know where you came from. You go back up there. Okay. Now, leaves. I do like doing leaves. The way I did leaves here, let me close this. Don't save. The way I did leaves here, I kind of did it more so... I like doing textures in my leaves. This is more so of a cloudy feel. You can kind of see leaf feelings here. You can kind of see there's a little bit of feel to it, but I definitely do think the leaves could be better. I do like this one the most though. And I think it's because of the variation. You can see again, we have the light color, we have the medium color, and we have the dark color. I think that helps a lot. Up here is a different entire plant, but I think out of all the art parts, I like this the best. I like how this is dark in the back area. So, 3 colors, light, medium, dark. Now, let me open up another artwork I've done. Welcome back, Aeon. Let me open up another piece of artwork I've done. Did you get your chores done? Let's see. Video, nope. Notice. Give me a second. Like I'm organized, but not when it comes to files. Not in the slightest. Video, where are we at? Videos, I think it's in videos. Is it in videos? I do need to set aside a day to just do all of that. And here we go, perfect. I found it, we're good. I just have to open it now, and it takes a second to open it. Let's see. You're exhausted, you want to do the art side me, but not sure if you have energy for now? That's more than okay. Maybe you can do a really small flower? That's always a thing. You don't have to do a big piece. Maybe you can do something really simple, if you have the energy for it. Let's see, here it is. This is a tree I did. And let me see if I can find the old tree. Yeah, here. It's a little laggy. This is the old tree I did first time I tried doing trees. And this is the new tree I did for trees. And you can definitely tell. This is why I like doing a piece of art and then going back and trying to do it again. This was a tree study, and then I did another tree study to try to figure out how to do trees. What I wanted to point out is the way I did the leaves, and I really liked it. I like doing this sort of bubbles and circles and all of that. That was really fun. I want to try to do something similar for our rosebush. What is the goal? Let's see. And before we do that as well, I think I have some references in our PRF. Let's take a look. In here, yeah, there's some leaves here. You can see they blocked out the leaves. There's a lot of blocking out, and I think that definitely is the best way to do it. You kind of just block out your leaves. This one has a sort of center line for your leaves, and then you have the outline of the leaves. You have the highlight area, and then the dark area. Seems to follow a pattern. Even with real leaves, you can kind of see their circles, and... One second. There we go. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Some of these are in high definition, but you can definitely still tell. Some of these leaves are very dark, some of them are very bright. I'm more of a fan of bright leaves, but it's interesting how these leaves are circular. For sunflowers, leaves, we have more pointy. Dandelion, I mean daisies. They don't really seem to have leaves, so I don't know why these have leaves. Or maybe they do and they got cut off. That is a possibility. Let's try doing something more like this, where there's shapes to the leaves. A little less shape, so you even have some Pokemon styled and outlines. Okay, let's try. Oh, here's more. We have some leaves like this and all different types. I like doing bushes, but I think this time I want to do more something akin to this, where you have your stalk on your leaves. I wasn't too good at those, but I want to try. You can see here, not really any stalks on the leaves, right? Just stems, and that was all. That's all it needed to be. There's a little bit of leaves on here. But let's see if we can do a little bit better this time around. Let me pull up my reference on this screen, and then we'll get started. And before we get started, let me get some water. The good news is now that we have this pink up as well, if we want to change it, we can change the pink into a different color once we're done with this. Because there's a lot of different colors going on here, and I didn't make it match right now. I'll make it match later. I wanted to get different sections done and then bring everything together. So, as far as leaves are concerned, we have our leaves layer. Just this guy right here. And I'm not too sure if we want to have some leaves over, under, probably both. So I'll move the leaves layer up. And then we'll have another layer called leaves over. We'll also duplicate this layer just to leave a leaves base in case we need it. And leaves. There we go. For leaves, usually what I do is I kind of carve it. Started out with a more airbrushy feel to it, and now we can kind of go back in and edit it a little bit. We can kind of make bigger shapes maybe. So maybe something like, I mean, I kind of like the little, I kind of like that. It's cute and small. Very bush feel. I like that. Never mind. Let's do bush feel. It's very round. There's an overall roundish feel to it. Maybe something like that. We can add, make sure it has an outline. Just add an overall feel to the area with bushiness to it. Maybe we can have a bit of a down part right to the bush. I mean, it is a rose bush, so I can get away with it being a bush this time around. Maybe something like this, kind of rounded out a little bit. Like that. Comes down up. It's got a little style to it. We have a little blob. Maybe another blob here. We can have another blob probably down here. These cute little blobs, maybe one that's more so like this. And then we have blob, and I think that works. I think that makes our bush a little bit better. Now we have to move our rose bushes a little bit to the bush. I quite like the little blob we have going on here. Let's grab our roses and move them around a little bit. This guy can now move down here. This guy can kind of move here. You can move this guy up here. Just space them out so it doesn't feel too bad. Definitely, perspective-wise, not the best, as they probably look a little bit different, but it's supposed to be more so of a just nice feeling. Not 100% accurate. It's a nice thing. You don't have to, it doesn't always have to be accurate. It just has to be convincing. I think we can make it convincing. It does not, you can get away with a few things, even if it's not pixel art, just art in general. Usually, if you don't know much about art, you can tell something's wrong sometimes, but you don't know what. And that's the thing. It's a thing of, well, I don't know what's wrong, so I can't really put my finger on it. I know something's a little off. Let's move this guy maybe down here. Like that. I think that works. Maybe we can slide this guy in a little bit. We can slide you up. Like that. We can probably move our leaves up a little bit. Like that. And I think that's good. Probably move it in more as well. Just move these guys and scoot them everywhere. Okay. Now we gotta figure out an outline and everything. That's kind of fun. I'm curious, from my last one, what did I do? I didn't do an outline, which is interesting. And we talked about it before. I will bring it back up, especially for those that weren't here. In the beginning of this stream, we looked at this flower shop art by 5Crad. See what we noticed. And one thing of note was that this outline doesn't change despite it now being on the outside. Even here, the outline, flowers didn't have an outline, but this wall part here did have an outline. And it's just a stylistic choice. You can have everything to have an outline, but sometimes less outline the better. So for us, I want to try doing an entire outline and see how that comes out. I want to see how it looks. Let's go back to A-Sprite. And let's try to go around this and give it a nice outline. We need a very dark green for this outline color. Do maybe this for now, just as a... I mean, we could do black, right? Is that what I did, or did I change it? Nope, I did black. I was gonna change the outline later. Let's just go with black outline for now, and then once I finish the entire thing, we can go back and add everything else. Now we can go in with this bush, and we can kind of figure out, okay, well, for the sizing, we know the sizing. Now we need to figure out the shapes. And there's different shapes we can do. We can do... going for a round shape, so we can do something like this, right? And then something like that, and then have something underneath. And then maybe even something on top. For shading. Let's try to figure out how we want to do this. We saw some leaves already before, and I do like those feels. It's always a matter. I always say it, but trial and error. Seeing what feels nice and what doesn't feel nice. This bush at the moment could be this for the outline. And I believe, let me double check to see if I don't have to do this work. I think I can do FX outline. Yep. And do this. And now we have an outline. Without, never mind. Everything now has an outline. That's the issue here. FX, I only need you to do this outline. Maybe if I highlight it? Okay, let's try again. Outline. Only this one. Ah, gotcha. Leaves. It kind of worked. It kind of semi. Hold on. We need just those. And just this layer. Alright. How about now, FX? Will you let me outline? And it'll let me inside outline. And then we can kind of... Now the roses. It's always something, isn't it? Let's try again. I just want to see if I can do this without having to do it on my own and write it out. Okay, and now the roses. Roses are fine. Okay, we fixed it. Great. Now we have our leaves. And we didn't have to do much. So now we can go ahead and clean it up a bit. Maybe this guy can be our own green mob. We can add that green here. Kind of green areas. I do like them, but I do think they need a little bit more work. Now, I'm wondering if we should do green leaves, maybe like that. I say maybe like that, it's a little bit tricky. Here, I'll show you. Move down here. Leaves can be done in totally different ways, but if it's more roundish, like we're thinking, then the green can come, oops, like this. And then you have your, oops, green line maybe. That green line, it kind of separates it, also adds a shadow. And then you also have your highlights. That might be your area down here. Kind of just depends. What I do like doing is sort of a, like I did before, where it's just a mix of everything. So I start with a dark color, and then I go gradually increase until it's brighter. My only thing is that it's gonna be a little tricky because the black outlines are something I'm new to. I think it's Shift D for the alpha lock, so now we're staying in the thing. We definitely know this is our highlight areas. We might have different insides, but now we can kind of highlight everything. For our roses, not our roses, for sunflowers, we didn't really have a highlight area per se. We can kind of do whatever we want. And it can matter, but you can get away with it a little bit. We might do this. And it gives it a little bit of texture. And it's a little bit of those lumps that we have, the circle shapes. It adds to the thing, but I'm not liking those bottom parts. The idea with the circle parts is that it kind of creates that leaf shape that you want. Well, that said, how can we do a little bit of leafing? Maybe smaller size? Something like that. Depends on how we feel, how we're doing, and I know there's a button for it. What it is, I'm not too sure. I think aiding, select, no, new palette, no. It's one of these, shading. I think that's it. And then by X, it only goes on the green. Isn't that cool? Now we don't have to worry about it getting on the black. And then we can just go back and forth with the two. But I'm just thinking, how do we want to do this rose bush? Maybe we can look at some bushes and get some ideas. Do that already, but bushes. Bushes come in a variety of colors, especially when, okay, maybe what we can do is add some more bush on top. Let's go back to regular and go over leaves over. Maybe we can add some leaves over top to kind of cover up the roses a little bit. They're not completely obvious. Maybe like you. Some of them can be there and known. Some of them can be kind of covered up. Maybe that's a little bit better. That's a little bit of variety. It makes them feel like they're inside. As for over part though, let's try doing, always about trying to figure out, and I like doing it like this, that way I can kind of see a little bit better. Sometimes I like shading it, but depends, and sometimes I swap back and forth between methods. So let's see what method works this time. Thinking, oops, that's the outline, right? That's our hidden behind. Here, I just mixed it mush them together. It was a little bit easier because you had the obvious light. You could tell the light was coming from above. Here, I'm thinking the light more so comes from the camera. So everything is shining directly at it. Let's... Oops, excuse me. Let's see. Leaves over, leaves under. Maybe it might be nice to have the leaves come out like this. And then leaf here. It'll let me, like a leaf here. Ah, it could be cute. Some of these leaves coming in from different angles instead of having the leaves over. Maybe that's what could set them apart instead. Instead of the leaves over, I don't know. Quite like the over-under feel, but let me see. When in doubt, just always look for inspiration. You don't ever look at one thing, you kind of look at multiple things, and eventually you figure out the in-between. But let's see. I'm thinking, interesting. That's what I had the idea of going for, but like I don't want to shade the entire thing. Maybe that's what we do. Here, instead, let me go back to the Moonstone Island artwork. Look at those. And okay. Let's give it a go. For these, I'm thinking we can do maybe separate areas. For example, green could maybe be the separator. Really, this black could be. Just outline it, and then we can go back over it, everything. But I'm thinking maybe leaves. That's the thing, if they're separated leaves, it kind of looks a little bit different, so maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe what we want to do instead... this is always so tricky. Let's try... you know, because if it was just a bush, how they do it, I might do... where is it at? Gray walk alpha. If it was just a bush, I might do stuff down here, and then I do stuff up here, and then I just mix the two until I got something I liked. Like, it's different when it's rose bush. I think. I feel like it's different a little bit. Or maybe it's not. Or you can just... yeah. See, that's the thing. If you treat it like a regular thing, a regular bush, it looks completely different when you put the rose bush on top of it. Which is why I want it to mesh together. We have our roses. Now we just need the bush to go with the roses. So let me undo all that. And maybe if I look up flower bush. Curious, how do you make a flower bush? What does it look like? Ah, okay. Look at this one. We can look at leaves, but bushes are a little bit different. Maybe if we look at some actual rose bushes, that could help as well. And figuring out that looks nice. There's definitely a way to do it. It just depends. Let's see. Rose bush. Maybe if I type that in. The thing as well is it seems like, oh, this is a rose bush. Go ahead and drag that in. Boom, boom. Where'd we go? Here. We have this rose bush. There's this bush. Tutorial. And I love the little art, images, tutorials. They're always very neat. Go in here. And then we also have this actual bush, and a little difficult to tell what's going on, but I think it could be handy. Unless I already have it. And I do. I already have this image, but we'll take it. Here, Ref. You can take a look for yourself. So on here, a little mix of everything. It's multiple layers, and I think that's what helps. It's kind of in batches, depending on what it is. Higher up, there's 2 layers. Kind of have areas. It's kind of like a tree bush. I think that's what it is. Even here, let's see, paint the base, add the left for shading, add the 3rd shading, the highlights, add the flowers. Interesting. Okay, let's try maybe something similar to this. See how that comes out. And I think doing it in sections would definitely help. So let's highlight areas, and I think that would help. So for example, we could say, let me get a big thing out. This is a section, this is a section, this is a section, this is a section. There's probably a section over top, right? So how can we structure this flower bush? Probably like section back here, one up here, one up here, one up here, one up here, up here, and probably one up here, right? Looks like a whole flower. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Glad I caught that. Sections. Looks like a whole flower. I'm trying to think of it in groupings. You might have this area of the bush, this area. All those different areas kind of meshing together. So if that's the case, try a little bit differently. I definitely do like kind of starting with the base color. Or not the base color, the darkest color. I'm not too sure about this cutesy circle outline though. We can always add the outline later. Let's kind of tweak it a little bit. We can add the, oops, simple, there we go. If we just do a circle, not too good. It kind of maybe retry a little bit. I do like this, but let's make a new layer and tweak it a little bit and see how we feel. Maybe it can be something like this. Something a little bit smaller means we probably do less flowers, but mayhaps. Where's our ladder at? This guy right here. Yeah. Oops. Glad it didn't fall off this time. Okay. And in that sense, our roses might look a little different, so I'll duplicate this, just so we have the roses initially. And we might move the roses around a little bit, depending on where they're at. But for now, try to highlight this. This is a general bush, and then maybe we can tweak it a little bit. Let's go back to our leaves. And make sure I press the right buttons. This is our new leaves. Gotcha. Yeah. So that leaves, and then, I mean, I like these leaves. Never mind. Leaves can come back. They're allowed to the party. As far as this is concerned, tweaking. Let me pull up that guide again. See if we can do anything with it. I definitely think we can add some extra shapes. I definitely like adding those, but overall I think this is a fine shape. I think this works. We just kind of need to head on to it. And that part is the tricky part. Let's go ahead and do, I believe it was S, right? Yeah. I'll figure out these keybinds eventually. And now S. Ah. Okay, so keeping that in mind with our whole idea of a sections, right? We might have a highlight area here. Again, this brush is wacky, it's wild. It doesn't want to go where I want it to. That's what makes it great. We might have areas over here. Might all be more in shaded area compared to everything else. And then this area shaded. Probably gonna need a more organized brush. Look at this. Let's do a little bit smaller in the brushes. Brushes are always tricky. You need at least, I think this is the base size. This is as small as it can get. Maybe the spray can be smaller and smaller? But the spray's bigger. And this is what? What does this do? This is both 1 and 1. What do we have? Nothing. Okay, let's spray. I don't know what this is. With speed. What does this do? Ah, I see. Okay, so we can add the speed a little bit and make the width too. Lower the speed a little bit. Make it a little bit random, not too random. I always used to just change these, and now I know what they do. Hours in my hands. Okay. Going back to that whole bush idea, I'm thinking we have an outside, and then we have another outside. So top out, top out, top out. We're sort of layering like this. The only issue is with our roses is that they're all from the top. But keeping that in mind, because it's a top angle, how can we tweak that a little bit? And I'm thinking, for our roses, since they're all from the top, let's see if we can make some from the side. So for example, if they were at this angle, possible. There's a way to do it and I forget how to do it, I think. Oops. Make a new layer just in case. I think all you have to do is shift everything up one. Let's see if that works. I think you go up. And you go up. Forget how to... That does not look like a rose. Hold on. Pixelart. Turn, circle, to side. Let's see. There's a way to do it. I forget. Let's see. Move to rotate. Okay. Might have to bring up the good old book. 1 second. Let me pull that out. The Logic book. One of my favorites. It's always been very handy whenever I've needed a little bit extra help with perspective. Let's see. Well, not perspective, just everything, really. Perspective, switch. Okay. I show you what I'm looking at, but it is a paid book. But you can get a copy of it for $10, but there is a free version as well. Now that I have that, we have the base, and now you draw this. Ah, I see. Okay. Apparently, you have a box, and then you have. Oops. We need the brush. Same width, right? This is the width, and then we just need the height. We can move the rose. Oh, which rose is it? Here. And this is the... Okay, and then you skew, but it lines up. Give that a go. This goes up. This is not working. Nope. I'm not seeing a rose, are you? Kinda, sorta, if you... No. I know. But I think we're gonna have to have roses at different angles. Like, a rose facing the side. Possibly. Because all of these kind of coming from the front. It would kind of work maybe if it was a bouquet. For bouquets, how do they look? Okay. You can maybe do a bouquet perspective and we won't have to worry about perspective changes. Let me drag in some of these bouquet pictures. And we can give that a go. As with bouquets, they're all from the same angle. Right? You have your at top, looking at it from the up top. Now, show you really quickly. Oh, wrong one. Here. Right, that's kind of what we have. They're all the same angle. And then the leaves are below them. But you can tell this is the top, right? This is top down. But when they're looking at our isometric stuff, it's a thing of, okay, well, this isn't really top down, is it? This is all top. If we're... Let's see how I can best describe it, because I think that's why it doesn't look right. When I see this, I'm thinking, oh, did I delete my leaves? This is why we have the leaf base, because we have those leaves there. They're all good. But, here. You can tell we'll use this highlight for the top. Wait, this is the top plane. That's where all the roses go because they're on top. Oops. That's where all the roses go because they're on top. That would be the top plane. All the roses would fit onto that part of the bush. But then for here, where's the top plane at? Is it here? Oh, is it here? Is it here? Here? It's confusing, and I think that's why not working out the best. I think a way to better say it's the top plane, maybe we can do a more so of a top plane like this. Right, it's a little raised, and then everything below it's the side plane. We have our side plane, and then our bottom plane. Oops. Keeps? Oh, that's why. There we go. You have your top, and then you have your bottom. Your nice old bottom shading. It's like a hedge. I think a hedge would work better for us. Keeping that in mind, we're drawing a hedge of a rose bush. Now we have to fit all of those flowers on the hedge. Let's try to fix it to the hedge. I think that would be better. Okay. Move all of these. Wrong thing. All of these roses. And fix them up. Actually, we can keep it on here and kind of tweak it a little bit, can't we? This little guy is like directly face on. Gonna kind of come up a little bit. They all have to be moved. So yeah, let's move it a little bit. Get our lasso out. And grab this guy here. And now we're running into the issue of they're kind of overlapping, aren't they? I might have to go for just maybe less flowers in total. Maybe we can do one back here. Make it all the way back there to help emphasize that point. That little guy can come back up here. Maybe we can put another little guy here. This guy can come here, maybe. Maybe we can get another big one. I always like doing things in terms of 3. Big, medium, small. Kind of helps. There's 3 different variations you can do, but I also don't want it to be too similar. Let's do this one here. That way they're the same, but they're still different. And that guy can get moved over just a little bit. Let's see. Let's add... Oops. This little one can come here, maybe. Then we can add maybe another big one right here. It's a tight fit. Let's move this guy back over. And then add him. Like this. that. I think that works. And in that case, this guy's gotta get moved. I'm thinking maybe here? We can go over a little bit, but we need a big one that has a little bit more perspective. I can kind of move up there, I think. And then we need another one here. Like this. Grab them and move them here. And then maybe the big one can come here. It's kind of a little bit better. We can move the rose bush certainly down a little bit. And maybe we can add some more semi-looking roses on the side. Never any rose bushes would be so much work. Let's see. I was trying to maybe squeeze some in there, but I think this works. We just need maybe either some that come on the side or some from this leaf base to go up and get squished. Oops. Wrong thing. I hope I didn't move it. I don't think I did. But just in case, here's our leaf base. Now let's move it up. And that'd be a little bit more of a rose bed. And then we can move this guy and our rose final copy. Move that guy down. And move you guys down. Might look a little bit better. A little bit more natural instead of what we had. Now we have a very clear to see plane of top down. And in that case, I think some of these, maybe not. It kind of looks like you're looking at it from the side. So maybe what we have to do is go back in here and actually make these seem like they're coming from the side as well. Maybe? Let's see. Maybe like this? I definitely don't want to mess with the roses again, but I'm trying to figure out how to tweak it. Just a smidge. It doesn't seem like it's in deep shadow, but right now I think that's as best as we're gonna get. I've reached my capacity. Go ahead and highlight that guy down a little bit so he's not sharing as much space. And I want to see if I can add a few. I mean, we don't really need to, do we? We can go back to that leaves layer of ours, and now we can add that sort of flower petal, not even flower petal, just flower leaves shapes. Add those shapes that we didn't have before. I don't like it when it's touching the sides, so we can kind of get a little crafty. These are ones that are out in the top. Maybe we can do some that are like this, and that's the blob one, isn't it? Maybe we can do one you, and then you kind of go together. All nice and orderly. Maybe you can kind of do one of these moves. That kind of rounds you out a little bit. And then we have another one coming up here. I don't want to make them all similar, that's why it's a little tricky. That's why I like using that brush. Simple. The spray kind of makes it easier to just whomp, or a little bit you here, you here, you here. A little bit you here, you here, you here. It's a little bit nicer. Sometimes you want that precision. And that's what I'm going for in this case. Some precision. Let's go up here. And just really trying to move it over a little bit. You can kind of see it from here a little bit better. And I don't want to run into the problem I did for these, where I kind of did that here. And I think that's where I'm heading, so hold on. Let's go back here. Hold on. Moved back. There we go. Oops. And I know what road I'm heading down, and I don't wanna. Let's try looking at other people have for their leaves again, and a lot of people have the round leaves. I definitely think they're really cute. Maybe we can try giving that a go. Some of them have kind of long, sticky leaves. Let's see. This, and then we have just sort of the leaves. The leaves feel are kind of not too, they're random, but not too bad. Circular feel to it. That's where the bubbly part comes into play at. Maybe one up there. We have maybe one here. Maybe one leaf sort of here. Or maybe kind of like that. Just overall going around the area. Not too similar. Something like that for the flower bed, I think, is a little bit better. And then now we can have this light part of the flowers, or really, it would be the dark, right? Oops. Oops. Big oops. Let's go back to our leaves layer and quickly just fix that. Okay, we're good. Where were we? Okay. Move in a little bit here and actually might do this so I can see a little bit better. I'm a little blind. Move this up here. Okay. Now we can get in some detail. Maybe I'm thinking... Well, what I was thinking before was doing this and making all of this the same one-sided shape so we can get some feel. Then we can do this and this, and then what button is it again? It's shading, the S button. I don't know what it is for regularly, but I made it S. Now we can kind of go in and make it a little bit of a bigger shape and kind of blob in our shapes. And add some light to everything. Shift, and then Shift S, right? Or no, it's just S. Gotcha. And then make it bigger. There we go. Editing, if it'll let me. This is not a part of the layer. Why won't you let me write on it? Very odd. And then I'm just using the regular brush. No problem. Oh, it's the... Found it. I was using a weird brush spray. Now we're good. This, right? Oops. Making sure it's the right brush. Okay. Now we should be good. Yep, okay. Never mind. Regular brush type, please. You don't mind. Yeah, see? Weird. Oh, it's snapping. That's what it was. Okay, now we're good. Maybe kind of trying to make sure we get that dimension feel to it. We can add some leafy feels, leafy vibes up here. We can add that down here. Adding the highlights kind of helps it feel like it's a leaf. Also adding those shapes in helps as well, I've noticed. Shapes in general kind of help, don't they, usually? Here. Adding a shape here, maybe here. And zoom out a little bit so we can see it from a better look. We have maybe this here. This here. That looks nice. And then we can go ahead and do D, or is it S again? What did I make it? D? Interesting choice. Might have to change that. Let's go ahead and do some more adjustments to the leaves to help it a little bit. Maybe we can have like this, or nah. I quite like that as it is. I think that's fine. I think maybe we can do creation here. Maybe we can do that. Just a little rounder. And this guy, I mean, he's a little in the back, but Maybe we can, oops, make them a little bit in the light, only a smidge, like this. That to have a little bit of direction with the light, and I think that works. Now we kind of would just have to either make it smaller or bigger. We can add some separate pieces here. Maybe we can add a separate part here. Add a light here. Means we can add a shape here. These are kind of just different, maybe, leaves. Separating it through, making them smaller pieces. Smaller chunks. I know people use brushes, but I still can't figure out how brushes work. One day, when I do, oh man, I'll be unstoppable. But for now, good old pencil, or digital pencil. You kind of have bubbles. You can have bubbles that are leaves. And maybe that's what we want to do. Maybe we want to make our leaves little bubbles. They could be adorable little bubbles, little shapes we can do. The bubbles could indicate some sort of round and softness, but I mean, if it's roses, not really soft, is it? Let's see, some of those. Well, we don't want two of the same ones, so maybe I'm kind of doing a pattern. Let's unpattern it a little bit. Do some of that. And you definitely believe you can get super detailed with leaves. And I do like getting detailed. I think it's relaxing. I always find it very soothing. Fun, that's relaxing, and it's fun and relaxing. Just a lot of moving shapes around, seeing what works, seeing if anything feels nice, why does it feel nice, and recording notes in that sense. Making mental notes, a lot of mental notes. My memory's pretty bad, so I'm not saying so again a lot, am I? My memory's pretty bad, therefore, you didn't get so this time, therefore, I gotta do it a lot of times. I have to do it a lot of times to cement it in my mind really well. Otherwise, I will just always have a wiki open to help me. It very quickly, and I have learned to adapt, overcome, by just always having a way to have information open and ready. That's what I've realized, and that's what I've come down to. Just a thing I had to learn, adapt, overcome. Let's see. I could say so that time. I think that one's fine. I wanted to try leaves a different way. And I'm not sure how doing these really detailed little guys will work out. But we'll see. This guy is normal for my fill. Thank you. Oops. And we do that. And then we do this. I think that works out. This guy kind of needs to be separated a little bit more. Maybe... I'm not insane how just small shapes can help separate something. It's two colors. And yet it helps immensely in setting everything apart. You want the light part of the leaf to shine through. It won't tear it apart too much. But just enough. Maybe like that. Oops. That. And we need this part. I don't think so. I think this is fine. Okay. Now that we have that, we can kind of move it around a little bit more. Maybe we can chop off some bits a little bit more. Because this is supposed to be more of a interpretation of leaves. Little lines and everything. Supposed to be little leaf bits, but I'm not sure if I like it. But I wanted to try it to see. Perhaps I would like it. Sometimes the little guys can really make a difference in lighting. And it's wild. I'm hoping there's some pixel art magic here. And we might be able to use it to our advantage. Right now I'm just going ahead and all the guys on the bottom get little lights because they're the leaf part. The shining part of the leaf. And then we'll probably go back and make the tip part really dark. Maybe highlight a bit and see if it helps at all. If it doesn't, we'll try a different leaf method. I was just curious to see if this would work. Okay. And now, dum bum bum. Let's do maybe a darker green for this? I don't know. I don't like the... Now that I'm looking at it from further away, yeah, I don't like it. No, nada. Alright, give me 1 second. Try that a different way. Let me get some water too. Okay, so we learned. That does not work. Let's try again. Let's try that peppery idea that was proposed. Let's go ahead and just take this and turn on continuous and like that. Oops. Okay, never mind. Don't turn continuous on for that specific area. Like that. And there we go. We're back to square one. Great. Okay. I'm thinking, go back to the brush, or no, BD, right? Oh, I'm learning. You want to take that and now have highlighted areas for your leaves and then highlights of those highlights. It's interesting. Sure. Let's go ahead and do S. And then, oh, I want to change this a little bit. I want to have a little bit more character with our leaves. And a little bit more character down here as well. Because this is a highlight, but this isn't a highlight. This is just a step up. It's more this. And this has to blend in with this. And now we have the dark parts of the area that have to be moved in. Maybe we have some leaves kind of going in here. Oh, I love doing those little swirls. They're always so cute. You don't want to do them too often or it's a pattern. So just sometimes. Maybe we'll have this guy kind of coming out. Maybe a little bit of a loopish kind of thing here. We can get away with maybe a swoop instead of a swirl. How about this? That. No, I don't think we can get away with a swoop. Have to be more something like this, and then probably a little bit smaller. There's only so much fiction we can do. Gotta be a little bit of reality. Maybe something like this. Like a bit of oomph. Like, because these guys are over top. That's the idea here. They're over top, so they're over... They're over... What's the word? They're overstaying their welcome. We can do one of those. Left curl, right curl. And we can have maybe... come out like this. Have that kind of come down. Have this kind of go maybe up. And we need it up a little bit more. Probably like that. I really do like doing those swirls. So cute. And then... Sometimes they're a little over the top, so I try to refrain. Sometimes I can't help it. It's just adorable. Let's see. I mean, making it swirls makes it feel whimsy, doesn't it? Gives off a very whimsy vibe when I make it very swirly. Let me move this over back here. Let's go for swirls. How about a more swirly approach? This guy can maybe go up. I can get the drawing right. Maybe trying to carve it, that's the issue here. A little bit carving. You definitely don't need all of these. Because of how far away it's gonna be, you're really gonna see those swirls all the way from up here. Not really. And especially if we're trying to save time. Not really handy. This is also more going towards the light, right? So we can have this go into the light. This swirl will probably be a little bit more in the dark area. So probably this inside part will be darker. Probably like that, right? We have this. We can come out a little bit. Show what we have off. Like that. Again, we have that dark part of our leaf. And we have this light part. Maybe we can just do this. That's the thing. You don't want it to look too weird. This kind of goes in. And I think that makes it look fine. You're kind of seeing the sides of the swirls. Especially if we're doing more like this. And then it's maybe up here. You kind of have it. Now, I don't want it to overline too much. So I might do an outline like here instead. So it doesn't align. That's the goal. Trying to make it stand out, but not too much. Oh man. These are so fun. Maybe a little bit of a swivel. And now what are we doing here? They can definitely go wild, but if they're going up top, now it's a... Ow! They have to follow a... We want them to be realistic. I mean, they don't have to be realistic. They can be magical flowers. But following a pattern kind of sets the standards of the rose bush. For example, if we have swirls back here, we have swirls up there, that lets us know this is the swirls. But if all of a sudden we have this, that kind of doesn't align with our swirls. You want everything to kind of mesh together and fit well. Kind of help here and there. I'm thinking we have... what do you think? I didn't want it to be directly out of the rose bush, but we can definitely move the rose over a little bit. Grab our lasso tool and scoot it over a little bit. Okay. Oops, let me make sure I'm also on the right layer. That would be important. And then maybe... I mean, I think that works. A little bit of separation to show they're different. This can be a bit of an outline, just a smidge. And then we can have these guys down here to do some swirls themselves, just to keep in line with what everything's going on. So this can go maybe up a little bit. That can go down. And then move this guy partially. This guy can go down a little bit. And then we can do some swirls down here. Now we can do one up there. We can do one down here. We can do, again, one kind of... Ooh, can we do a side swirl maybe? Maybe like this. And then... I don't think it looks like a swirl. Maybe we can do like that. And that is the one that comes up to. So we can go down and around. Maybe like that instead. Kind of add a little bit more and swirl, swirl, swirl. I'm glad we didn't do the box as well. Kinda helps because then I wasn't sure how much of the greenery was gonna cover it. So I wanted to be sure that we used what we drew. And so I started with the roses first and then worked on the leaves. So hopefully help in that aspect. Let's see. We can kind of go for what we did up here with the left right. Oh, well, that's what we did down here. We can go for maybe a swirl like here. I don't want them to all be the same either, so maybe a little guy out here. Probably swirl them down here, and then down. All of that can go over there. A little smidge like that. And then have one going this way. You always think drawing shapes is the best part. There. And then maybe it just kind of comes down here. It always have to be maybe. Yeah, doesn't it look out of place now? Let's go ahead and do one kind of like that, I think. Maybe, you know, there's only so many swirl patterns you can do, especially in this size. Maybe do this, a really itty bitty one, like that. And then we'll do maybe that, and then I definitely want a big one here to show off all our swirls. Like that, I think would help. And then we have our swirl bottom. And now we can kind of mesh them together a little bit. I kind of already did that a little bit here, so let me undo that. Probably want a kind of swirly feel to it up here. And as well up here, we kind of need to add to that. That's what I was thinking about for that up top feel for the roses. So for example, it might be like up here, here, right? Not exactly, but something to help them either mesh in together or add to that sort of feel that it is a bush. And this is a rose bush, and these are certain areas that are deep within the rose bush itself that haven't succumbed to the swirls. Just dark areas here to kind of make the rose bush not feel so flat. That's the idea. And then maybe we can have some that go above to kind of help add to the feel that it's kind of it's in there. Like that, maybe. Have some maybe that can kind of go up here. Kind of does help hide the flowers a little bit, but I definitely want to show them off. Well, not hide all of them. Just a few to help show off the roses, I think. So maybe we might add one. I want to hide one of these little guys. Maybe we can do bit of a swirl here, and then that'll be good. It kind of pushes them in there so they don't look like they're just stuck on there, for example. I think that's good, yeah. And then now we can go back to the small parts where we're adding just the little layers of extra swirlingness. Trying to keep to that feel of everything without walking away from it, so to speak. You kind of got that swirl there. Got the swirl of the leaves. Maybe like that. That's the thing of, does this look nice? Not too sure. Might have to test it out a little bit more to see if it does or not. Right now, I'm not too sure. These little changes really add much. I think it sometimes does, sometimes doesn't, depends. But I definitely think this adds to the feel of the rosebush. And then we can go back here to the bottom and just continue with our highlights. So now we can go in and we can go more swirls. Maybe like that and that. And then that and that. This guy can maybe come out this way to say, oh look, it touched the light. This guy touched the light as well. This guy, well, got some light in his life. We have this guy up here. Maybe that's all lit. And then we have this that gets lit. All of this area comes out. Those. We maybe have some of it getting broken up. Kind of thing with just trial and error. I think that's always the case. And swirls. Mimicking it. Enforcing this pattern that we have going. I think it definitely helps. Go for this big one here. That. We have this guy on the side. Like that. Adding a little bit more. We have maybe another swirl here. Well, that one goes that way, so let's add one that kind of goes up a little bit. Maybe like this. And then another swirl here. Oops. Quite like that little guy. And this is also touching the light, so it can get extended out. And an interesting way I did it. More so like that. And then this guy kind of also goes out a little bit. That. A little bit more of that exterior feel. Like that. And then and that's the thing as well. We do too much, it kind of adds too much noise. And I think that's what's kind of going on here, a little bit too much noise. Almost done. But we might have to crank back the noise a little bit. They definitely want clarity. Anything that's not clear needs to be gotten rid of. I think keeping things clear is handy. Because when it's clear, it's very easy to read and understand what's going on. Otherwise, it kind of just ends up a pixely mess. And we don't want a pixely mess. We want it to feel like it's good. We want a good feel. How about that? Maybe something like that. And yeah, I don't like that. I think it is pixely. Oops. Undo, undo, undo. Yeah. I liked it better when it was a little less. I think it's too much noise right now. let's go back and edit this a little bit. For example, I think these things over the roses, I think I like that better. And then down here, you can do over this up, I think. We have the top layer, we have the bottom layer, it's okay. And we can add a little bit of extra-ness, but I think these bottom guys can go. Add some hierarchy. These top guys can stay, but only a little bit. Only a smidge. Maybe more like this? Yeah, like that. And I think single guys, nope. And I think that looks a lot better already, right? Even if it was a lot of detail, sometimes you don't need a lot of detail, especially when it comes to Pixelart. Detail kind of ruins it. There's a little too much can be too much. Let's add a few more here, and I think we'll be good. You can even curve this guy a little bit. And maybe he can do one of these. Nah. I think that's fine. We have a swirl that comes out. This. And maybe a swirl that kind of comes out here. And one more can come out maybe here. It's a little detail, but not too much. I definitely think I did too much earlier. Maybe this. That one's good. This one is kind of a little tricky. Maybe like that. Be a little off here. There. How does that look? I think it looks a lot better than it was. Now we gotta add a little bit of those highlights and a little bit extra, a little bit more shimmy shine. I think highlights might help a lot, possibly. We can go ahead and do... Oh, actually, let me check. How other leaves get detailed when they're outside? Some leaves like doing a sort of center image. Yeah, sort of soft two-tone outer edges. Interesting, interesting. They can try to do that. Yeah, some of those leaves kind of get outlined sometimes. I think I might like that feel. We can try that. Okay. Let's go cooler green. Really dark feel to it. And now let's try to outline it and see if that makes a difference. Like maybe even a little bit darker. Oh, that got all of it. Go in here and outline a little bit. Sometimes outlines on the inside can be a little messy, but the hope is that this will help it a little bit. Probably do something like this. These outlines will probably be also lined up, right? Like this. This probably has to be moved over. One. This. I see. Gotta be covered up. By you. Always interested in seeing how the feel of something can be changed. Always super interesting. I think this will definitely help us kind of help with changing the feel of everything as well. For example, that probably goes there, and Then we can kind of go back up here. We want the swirl. Keep it. But it might have to be a little longer. We want that outline. Yeah. Shapes might not work in this instance because it is a little bit more detailed. So because of that, I'm thinking maybe doing some outlines for some of the leaves will help. We'll kind of separate it a little bit, maybe. Might help it might help it feel a little bit easier on the eyes to look at. Maybe not for these bottom guys. We'll see. Definitely this outline here. For some reason it's not giving that feel yet. It's not giving that, this is a great feel. Delicious. Not quite yet. Soon TM. Just needs a little bit more work, and that's usually all it comes down to. This usually needs a little bit more work in the factory. I like doing it. It's, like I said, relaxing. But it can be tedious sometimes, I'll admit it. Just takes a little bit of trial and error. And that's what I like about it. It's that trial and error of, oh wow, this looks great. Now how do I do that again? I kind of do think the outline did help. Kind of makes it feel a little bit easier to know what I'm looking at. And tweak things depending on what it looks like. Depending on how it comes out. Little stuff like that. Tweaking everything. That is nice. Going back over and going, what can we edit a bit? What can we swap out? And I think the fact that there's, despite the fact that Pixelart, you have a limited amount of space on it, the fact that there's still so many ways you can draw something, I think it's really neat. You and Dee Dee. Maybe this guy can come. Oof. That bottom area is a little tricky, isn't it? Gotta make it maybe like this. And you can come in. So that's where the bouncy leaves come in. Kind of looks a little messy. Have all these swirls and then we have these bounces. I like my swirls and all, but might have to go for bounces. Let's duplicate it and let's give it a try. Instead, if these were more rounded edges, something like this. And then we have this rounded edge. And that rounded edge. That go there. Okay. Just double checking. And then now we would add this green here. The rounded edge bits. Get rid of that green. That green would go away. Not too sure about this guy. So we'll extend it a little bit. Do this instead. Well, I keep saying it, but like, I did swirls, and now doing this more so bubble feel, the feel I did initially, it makes it feel different. Maybe we can do, yeah, it's sort of give and take, and trying to see what feels nice, what doesn't feel nice. Kind of going, oops, where'd I go? Okay. Redo. Undo, 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 undo. Where's my undo? Ah, here we go. Okay. I want to go back over it with maybe the bubble method instead. I like the way the curls feel, but it's kind of hard to read. That's the feel I'm getting from it. So this is our swirly leaves. That's what I'll call this. This is swirl leaves. Do that, group them together. Swirl leaves. And we'll go ahead and do that, and then we can grab this, paste it. Oops. Okay, maybe not do that. Duplicate it. That way it stays beside each other. And then close that, turn you off, go in here with not a continuous fill, something like this. And let's try outlining it now. Mark this as well. I want to see about more of a bubbly feel to it, if that helps at all. Let's go ahead and put these swirl guys. We can always go back. That's what the copy's for. I think it's good to keep these guys that we have. The ones up top for now, at least. No. Go in with a little bit of bubble. Bit of bubble action. Up here, maybe some here. Up, down. Medium. Big now. Small. Big. Really big. And then we go in with that color. We can outline it. I don't want to do the outline trick again just in case it messes up a little bit. So we'll just quickly do it by hand. Oops. Ah. Yeah, I'm definitely glad I didn't just do this again on my own. It's nice to get progress done on it, while also progress on stream. This is fun. Kind of just meshing it around. Oh, I wonder, had I just been silently drawing or listening to music? I mean, this is nice music. Listening to like, lyric heavy. Sometimes when I'm drawing, I can listen to lyric heavy stuff. Sometimes I need non-lyric heavy. It needs to be very slow and like this. Or it could be maybe, what is it called? Classical? Sometimes I listen to classical. That's pretty nice. These guys kind of gotta get moved over a little bit. My bubble kind of falls off, doesn't it? It's weird looking. Maybe because it is like that. Now we can kind of do this and then that. Now, oops. Well, that works. Now we can kind of do this instead. And that links everything up. Definitely look like it because it's more of a foresty feel. It's also a lot simpler, but it's also a little bit more uneven. Right. Let's see. I'm curious what direction this will take us in. Some of these. A lot simpler, and I'm hoping the simplicity will pay off. As the swirls were nice, but I think it was too messy. I think it was too detailed. That's probably the best way to say it. Way too detailed. And because of that, it paid. It paid for its price in blood. Let's see. Kind of give back these guys, and instead of a swirly method, maybe we can highlight just some bubbles. Big bubble over here. Maybe smaller bubble over here. That. And big, small, small. Right. Kind of makes it a little bit different, doesn't it? Gives it a different feel. That. And then it goes back around. Makes me think of Pokemon. in the way they do theirs in that way. Get rid of this top layer, and let's duplicate this again. This is Rose Swirl, just so we don't get confused. And now this is our new sort of feel we're gonna try out. Oops. I want to take away from that. Space them out a little bit more. See if this helps. I'm curious. Hoping it will. The extra space and the less whippet feel of those whimsiness. I want this to be cozy to look at. The swirls kind of make it a little bit chaotic. Those swirls can be soothing. They do have their moments. They certainly do. Maybe you can move it a little bit here. This is as close as we can get for some of them. This one's got to get moved down. Like, I want space. I want to make sure each has its own space and its own designated area. This guy can get moved down a little bit, right? One. Move down at all? Smidge? This little guy has so much space. Maybe there. And then... now you can get moved down. There we go. Move this guy down. Like that. And then now, where are we? Ah, gotcha. This can get removed. All this back here. Instead, maybe we can do some more circles. Possibly. Just a bush. That's the feel I want to go for. More so of a bushy tone. Not too big that it takes up the entire screen, as it kind of already is, right? That can be round, and this is more of a flat area. So that's why I'm thinking, this is probably fine. Maybe even get rid of these roses up here. Leave them off. That way we can give a more rounded feel to the bush. Right, we can then do maybe have it line up with these lines. So it's going over by 2. And then this one is going over by 2. Maybe something like that. Rid of these. Still isometric. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly this straight. That might help make it feel better if we adhere to everything a little bit more. You can see on here, that big bush is probably gonna have to change as well. The spike that we did, probably something more akin to this, probably. Right, and then we can do the lines. We want to make sure they're all nice and good. And back here, probably even back here, add a little bit of outline. You can then add these 2 guys, like that. And then, kind enough, I mean, do this, and then this, and then this can kind of get moved out a little bit. This is our top section for sure. And this is our bottom section. Maybe do something into that, and then in our roses finals, have all the roses on this layer. Let's grab our lasso. Maybe move this a little bit. Move them up so they're not too falling over. Let's go ahead and do all that. And I think this works a little bit better, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to check. I definitely do like that about art. You can just tweak it. And with Pixelart especially, you can just move it over a pixel if you need to. Well, it depends on what you want, what you need. And I'm thinking maybe this can come in a little bit. It's a little bit too much for me. And well, the thing is, I want it to be out. That way, it's different than the railing. That's what that's for. Maybe something like this. Or it's like that. It might work a little bit better. And there we go. Probably bring it down a little bit. Like that. A little cuter. Like that, maybe? I think that works a little bit better. And then now we can kind of mix the shapes a little bit. And I think this roundness will help a little bit in that way. Do some big, some small. Big. Where my bubble brush comes back into play at. A little bit of round feel. I feel like we just came full circle. Some of you guys. And some of you guys. And we're all good. Add that back again. I think it's more like this. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. And then have the bushes. It's definitely more of a rose bush now, that's for sure. Let me check that really simple Pokemon. Let's see what I can find it. So many references on here. I think I'll be able to find it. Definitely do think my bush fork needs a little more work though. Let's try adding maybe... I can try doing that dot idea again, but this time a little bit better. These little circles to show the shines. Big circle, small circle, big circle, big circle, small circle. Maybe big circle here. Really tiny circle. Nah, doesn't. I think those tiny circles kind of help. Tiny dots. Get a little bit more detail. And then we can do... add that shine that we had before. Only in circles. The era of circles. Maybe this and this. Can't really see it from the circles, not the circles, the roses. But you can kind of notice it. Maybe something like that, but I'm not too sure about that. I think maybe adding some small, big circles here. Just a little variety. And mixing in the colors as well can kind of help add a bit of a motion going on. Shows a transition with the circles. Do that. Here, maybe. Definitely looks stylized. I did do that. Maybe these. That could work. And then you have the dark colors, and that's already good. I already have those. This was supposed to... What again? You go down here and there. I think that's what it was. Not too sure about that bush. You'll have to probably work on it a little bit more. Bushes are so tricky, aren't they? They can be the simplest things initially, then you try to do it and it's like, huh, not this be easy. Maybe what we need is separator. Maybe we can add some lining to the sides. That? Nah, that doesn't look right, does it? Oh, I'm curious to see the full feeling of it. Give it a go. Like so. And then maybe a line down the middle to show like a leaf. I'm spitballing here. Something like this. Nice, they're all even. I'm not really feeling leaf. Not much with it. And then you could do maybe some of these to the sides, but nah. It definitely feels weird when you add the outline. It looks like a lily pad, doesn't it? Super interesting. I definitely think I'm gonna have to mess around with this a little bit more, but let me get some water. I will most certainly try to figure out the rest of this bush by the end of the day. A little bit of time. Gonna go look, gonna go get some more references, more tutorials especially, oh boy. Water is nice. Okay. Yeah. Aren't looking too rosy. And these were done a lot better. These were kind of side profiles, but at the same time, the way I meshed them together worked a lot better than this bubble method, right? Let's see. Let's try doing this. And then we have the top layer, which is this guy. You had a middle layer and you had a bottom layer. Let's try that. That's not gonna work. I'm wondering, can we just, take, you know, a reputable source? Now at least. Grab all of you guys and change it later. It works a little better. And then we have that area that kind of folds in, kind of semi-does. We have our outline, and then we can just take that and do that. Ooh, not too shabby. And all I did was make shapes. Make a shape. Grab that color and grab this color and blend them a little bit. I definitely think we can just say this is, oops, it's top. Don't need to worry about that layer. That is the top layer. And probably the, and then, alright. So if we're making this kind of a topish layer, these can kind of go out. And then we can kind of maybe take from our initial idea of the swirls. Now we can kind of have a swirl feel to it every so often. A simple swirl. Ah. Quite like that. Like that. Oops. Maybe that. And it's subtle. It's far more subtle than we have it. You're here. Welcome, Bert. Welcome, welcome. You missed, I mean, about to end in a bit, but working on this rose bush. Trying to level up my rose skills. You missed me probably for the, not probably, for the past few hours trying to figure out how to draw a rose and a bush. Not much. A lot of it's just drawing and then, does this work? Nah, and then erasing. You're all good, but welcome. Let's see. Maybe something like that. Yeah. I'm curious if we kind of add a little bit of the darkness to here. Will that change? Kind of changes it. Figured you're probably wrapping up soon. Just thought you'd hop in for the end. Yep. You've been chilling. The music and you're talking is relaxing. I'm glad. That's what this is meant to be. Relaxing and just resting. Thank you for stopping by. Yep. Nice chill streams. I like doing these. The drawing and the music is. I like it. I like relaxing when I draw. It's definitely nice. Let's see. Maybe yoink from there and maybe add here. I definitely think adding kind of adds a little bit of darkness to it, and I do think, oops, this dark feel helps. Like that. And then, yeah, we can kind of mix in our swirls now without it being too bad. I think that helps. Like that. And again, we don't want to get too lost in the sauce. Let's tone it down a little bit. Not too crazy up in here. Like that, maybe. Now we gotta go in and do the screen guy. Going in with a swirl. Oh boy, do I miss my swirls. Coming in here and here. I definitely think it adds that whimsy without being too extra. You can kind of see. Oh, you can't see. Oops. Here. Better? I completely forgot the chat was over the thing. Oops. There we go. Or better, I hope. You can kind of see the idea we have going on here. Maybe even the whole thing. I definitely think toning down everything helped a lot. Maybe not this color, but I'm feeling it now. You can kind of go in here with some more darker tones to add to the swirl. Possibly. Let's see. It'll let me. It's always a question if it'll let me. Adding layering. Not too much. No worry here. I'm just going in and adding shadows, I hope. It'll look like shadows. Adding shadows. And then one guy back here. Weird how this is only 3 colors, right? And yet it looks like multiple. I always find that pretty neat when you're blending colors together. Hello, hello, welcome! Thanks for coming. Let's see. Oh, well, maybe if we do like this. And like that. Yeah, right? That kind of helps. Like that a little bit, I think. I like that a lot better. I think that works. But I want to work on this guy up here, the flatness I feel, and then we'll be good to go. I think. Let's work on those tones a bit, and then it'll be all spick and span. I'll be very happy to put there. Now, a little bit more. A little bit more with tweaks and critiques. But I'm liking it a lot more than I was. And just for reference, this was our, well, this is what we're doing now. This is what, if you feel my use of line art is better than yours, maybe? It could be. I'll have to look at yours again. I mean, the only line art I did is the outline here. That's it. This wouldn't be line art. And I think my original stuff, there's no line art in this one. Possibly, possibly not though. It's a matter of trying things out, and I think this is we tried it, didn't like it, and went back to what worked the first time. And I like that. This a lot more. It's a lot more controlled. And I like it 10 times better. If I can go back to what it was. Yeah. I think this feels a lot nicer. I toned it down. This is more, I don't even know what you'd call it. This is like shapes, texture. I'd say maybe this is more so texturing. Let me put this up here so I can see. Yeah, I might say it's more so texturing. This is exterior part of it. But thank you, I appreciate the compliment. Let's see. Kind of circle this around. I'm thinking we add the rose up there to kind of edit the outline a bit. It's not completely flat. We have a little bit. Isn't a good rule of thumb that you space your blocks a certain way to give good curves and not look like a jaggy mess, even with yep, that's true. And granted, that is a rule. I sometimes follow it if I can remember. Sometimes not. Usually, once you know the rules, you can break them, and I only partially remember the rules, but yes. There's different ways you can do curves to make them look a little bit better, like this, for example. This is a lot better than maybe if it were like, hold on. Where is this? This is my leaf layer. That's a lot better to do than maybe, oops, this. That kind of looks a little off. Because, well, for me, I always say it's because it's not even. I always try to find things that look a little even. You can even see on here from far away. It looks a little different, doesn't it? But then, when it's like this, it's rounder. You might even mark that up a bit. I might even make that a better outline like that. And it's still kind of even. And now we'll be here all day if I edit those things. But yeah, I think if we're doing really small pixel art, it matters a lot. If it's really small and really simple pixel art, then it matters. Something like this, if I have a few jaggies, by the end of it, you're probably not really gonna notice it compared to if I was maybe just doing this rose bush. Because there's more stuff to focus on. I can get away with it for now. If I make a tile or, oops, wrong thing. But yeah, there's a rule of thumb, and definitely follow it, especially when there's less pixels. That's why I say simple. When there's less pixels to look at, you notice more. You can do, like, yeah. I did say it right. I'm trying to add to this outline, make it a little bit nicer to look at, and oops. That's what keeps happening. I keep chopping off my roses. Let's go ahead and move this around, and then I just want to edit the top, and then we'll be all done for today. Not a big guy here. Not a medium guy. Yeah. And then probably another one here. Yeah, you can go there. You're completely fine. There. As far as these go, I'm not too sure how to layer texture that. Initially, I tried having maybe the bushes on top. So this is rose, final. And then this is bush. And then we have bush, but the issue is because the bush, if I want the bush to go on top, then I have to do an overlayer, and now we can kind of add a little bit to it, but it's like, can we add a little bit to it? Maybe if we do this instead. I tried this before, but I didn't really like the way it turned out. Maybe it'll turn out a little bit better this time, and nah, I don't think so. Maybe what we can just do is add a little bit of darkness around the flowers underneath to show there's a bit of a shadow. They're not just plastered on there. Possibly a little bit, not too much. See? A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit everywhere. Glad that pixel artists named things the same way as you do. Like, it's probably the worst way to name it. But it works in the moment. What comes after final? Well, what comes after final version? Oh, that's great. Sometimes it just needs that extra final, but once you capitalize it, how do you go up from there? Maybe get some swirling here. Maybe that. It's the best. It's great. But when I'm looking, it's great in the moment for me, but then I go back and I look at it and it gets confusing. But it's great. It is wonderful. Oh, I know what we can add. I know exactly what we can do for these rose bushes. We can add the dark color. I think this is, oh, hold on. Let's add maybe that guy. And I think we're good. Something like that, maybe. Definitely have been staring at this for a little too long, and I can definitely cloud judgment. Okay. Move this over a little bit. For you, after final rough mix, but that's just your system? Ah. What if you need 3 finals though? Like, what if you need 4, I guess? Does it turn into final rough mix? And then you go from there? Let's see. That maybe. More so of a outer line. As many as I see. Yep, that is definitely the system. Go in here and add a little bit of dark shading. Like that. A little bit of oomph to help them pop out a little bit. I think that could help. Like that. And have you guys. Kind of shows it's dark in there. It's a bit of a hole you've gotten yourself stuck into. That can kind of go in a little bit, and then this can kind of go in. Maybe. I'm not liking that. Reverse, undo all of it. Well, not all of it, most of it. And I think the ones closest to the edge have to not be really dark. I think that's what makes it a little bit hard to look at. I mean, a little less detail. Oops. A little less detail. I think a little bit without it being too much helps. But it's that matter of finding. Alright. What's a little bit without it being too much? That's always the tricky part. Seeing how many limits you can push. Or how much limits can be pushed. And like that. Then having a little bit of the maybe the leaf. That, I think that works. And then, not too sure about that guy. Maybe what it needs to be is more like this. 2 dots in a line to show it's maybe deeper. That, nah. I think this is fine. A little bit of shadow. I think that helps. A little bit of variation. I just don't want it to all be a single strip. That's the hope of it all. This line, like that. And maybe like this. Yeah. We can make it more of a swirl, that'd be nice. Or even like that shape, that'd be good as well. Maybe we can do that. Ooh, that's good. Like that. I think that works. And then we just need that box. Should be easy enough. Just... Well, we have a lot of different pots we can choose from, but I don't have these pots of the sunflowers also done. And I do have to get those done as well. So probably next I'll have to work on this, and then we have one more potted plant, and then I have to do these leaves, and then we have a watering can here. I think I was gonna do some gloves, and a sack, and a shovel. And then add some lighting, some special effects, and art. This is great. I'm glad we got this. Oh, I do indeedy have a little bit of dithering on these flowers. I couldn't figure out how to get the patchiness of the sunflowers to work out. Just like, you know, just a hint, just a smidge. Indeed, yep. So this is our bush layering. Those are our roses. I think I am happy to just merge all of this down and call it the rose bush. Rose bush. Yep. I don't like it, but it does. We have a rose bush, and this is in our rose bush. And I will go ahead and move you all the way up to the top so I know where you are. And what is this? I mean, technically we don't need all of the swirls. I like having them just as a... Well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do save as, fire window, cleanup. And then I can clean up the artwork. But I don't have all of these layers. That's a lot. We have our rose bush, and then that gets deleted. And then we have our sunflower, and this is the green part of the sunflower and the final part of the sunflower. Everything else can get deleted. Let's see. Base sunflower, pot. All those aren't even there. There. Okay. That's a little better. I also have the sketch part. Oh boy, yeah. All of that too can get deleted. Let's do that. Well, I just need a little bit of clarity in my life. And I don't even know what this layer, oh, okay. Alright. That layer can stay, I suppose. Merge down. This will be the sack I have to do. Okay. I think that works for now. And I'm happy. I was able to upgrade my flowers from, not my flowers, my roses. This was now initially true roses, and now we're at this rose, and this was my initial sunflower, and now we're at this initial sunflower. So next up, I need a little clarity in my life. Wait, don't we all? Yup. We do indeedy. Now I gotta work on these daisies. And they'll go up here. But yup, clarity. As long as I can see. Alrighty. Let me move us back to the screen. Thank you for joining me. Oh, the timer. Thanks for joining me on the stream. This was very fun, super relaxing, and I am excited. I'm excited to finish this. I think probably have to work on it tomorrow, and then we'll be good to go. Tomorrow won't be Pixelart, it'll be programming, and we'll be continuing programming my game. And after that, we should be done and I'll take a break from programming. So next week will be, you hope to join tomorrow? I would love to have you here. Next, oh, I got distracted, but yeah, I'd love it if you can make it. Next week will be all pixel art, so we'll have 3 streams back to back of pixel art, which will be fun. Like I said, tomorrow will be the end of programming for a week, so I can work on making a dev vlog, that's what it's called, dev vlog. I want to try to edit a dev vlog video of what we've done for progress-wise. That'll be fun. We'll do some pixel art. If you have any suggestions, make sure to suggest them. If you have a topic you want me to cover, I will gladly look into it, especially since I'm trying to learn things all the time. And with that, thank you for coming, thank you for joining. Hope to see you either next week for pixel art or tomorrow for programming, and I will see you all soon. Have a good day, night, or evening, and sleep well or have good food. See the button.